I'm sorry.
Wrong one.
Oh, we go.
Yeah, we're here.
Did you
Go,
start?
go.
All right. All right. Hey diddle diddle, Riley done a piddle. And I've forgotten the rest already.
Pip said write it down.
Hey diddle diddle,
Stage right.
Riley did a piddle.
Yeah, we're here.
Did you
Go,
start?
go.
All right. Oh, I've got to turn. Yeah.
Matt's
No.
got stage fright
No, you
now.
got stage fright now, Matt.
We'll edit that out post production.
Yeah,
Don't worry
we'll
about
have to
it.
re-edit that one.
Yeah, just edit that bit out. Yeah. Hey diddle diddle, Riley done a piddle, and Oakley thought it was fun. What was it? Gleam done a frown because Dave done it down, and Spurco ran away screaming.
You keep changing it each one.
You really need to write it down and work on it a bit. That needs a little bit of tweaking.
Just a little bit of tweaking.
I'll
Dave,
redeem us. I'll redeem us.
you've,
Chiefs, hello, sheepos.
the only suggestion
Hey.
I'll make, Mad, is you've got to change it to, and apparently Dave drunk it down,
Oh,
and
Oh.
and Schemo gave a frown.
Okay, here's one. Seasons on the earth we know, the logic it is sound. It cannot be on a flat earth, as we know it's round. Against the rhetoric we'll hear, they will gain no ground. To imitate the brick wall we face, our heads we would then pound. To sense the level of dents we face, it never fails to astound.
very good.
I wrote that today.
That was beautiful.
Okay, you want another one?
No,
Okay,
we're onto the moon, you know, not limericks.
Yeah.
fair enough.
Yeah, we
my
can do that in intermission.
Terry's gone full blast now. Look how many he's got open. He must be really high IQ now.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck.
You watch his computer slow down.
No, I've had
tabs.
nearly 30 tabs open and it hasn't slowed down yet. Now, oh shit, I've forgotten what it was called.
Something about the moon.
Yeah, but is it
Flat.
flat? Is it flat also?
The moon, is
Yeah,
it flat as well?
Yeah, how do
No,
we prove
there
that
you
it's
go.
not flat?
Because you can
Look
see.
at the photos of it. It just shows you it's
Okay.
not flat.
There's a photo.
Yep.
Just go
I
outside
think
and
Pip
look
took
at it.
that.
Yeah, took that 2 nights ago.
So you can tell on that bottom edge there, Terry.
The black and white one's a bit better, I must admit. It's a bit
There's a
fuzzy.
certain word for that
Yep.
line where the shadow meets the light. It's called a
I'll be back.
Yeah. I'll be back.
Terminator line.
That's the one.
Terminator line?
Mhm.
Yep.
The Terminator line, yeah. The Terminator line determines the shape of an object depending on its shadow it casts. So that's one proof that the Earth's not flat.
Oh, the moon.
The moon, sorry.
Oh, Carl Edwards.
What?
Also, the fact that you've got shadows inside the craters.
Oh, okay. We need a. Okay,
Yes.
did I get that picture?
Just as long as it's not that crater, the one that remains nameless.
Oh, okay. No, I haven't got that picture. We're going to have to get that picture.
I took a video of the supermoon the other night, Terry.
So
Moon related.
I'd just like to say
Yeah.
that Jen Morgan just won the limerick competition.
Oh.
I'm not going to read it out though.
Oh, no, I'm not reading that one out.
Jen Morgan!
She's on form tonight.
Good grief.
There
Oh,
was
there's-
a young
there's
man
some- there's
from.
some very fine
You just can read that to yourselves.
Yeah.
I was just reading it out loud.
Okay. Now Now,
dear.
which moon picture would you like that shows?
That one where it says AI best human at mapping the moon. That's quite a good photo.
Oh.
Okay.
Hello, Muppet. Hello, Jimmy.
That one would
There's-
do. I mean,
That's cool.
That's awesome.
There's one in Fair Secretary of like a half a moon of mine, and it shows craters and shadows.
That
As
looks
good
like
as, as
a
A
good
bit
as this?
better.
As good as this?
Hang on, not in there. No, not quite. My camera didn't quite zoom that much.
yeah. I mean, because if you get all that one, if you get a crater field like that,
You can quite see
the
it's
shape
not
of the
flat.
shadows and the way they form as they follow the curve of the moon. You know, I mean, you can see that it's not flat. But you can see from all of these, it's not flat.
Oh, I like that one.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, go back to Terry to that really. Yeah, the one in the middle, bottom. Yep, click on that one.
I don't even know what that one is. That the moon?
That's been pummeled into.
That's
Wow.
The dark
That's the
side.
far side of the moon.
that's
isn't
that's
it?
the dark
gotta be-
side of the moon.
Yeah.
That's
That's
the
the
side we don't see.
That's correct.
That's the side that takes all the hits, or
Yep.
most
Ah.
of them anyway. I mean, look, that's taken a battering. It really has.
Yep.
That just proves that the moon is nothing more than a great big shield for us.
It's a big sponge, soaks up all the debris.
Well, actually, we have two. The moon's the smaller one.
Yeah, the other one's Jupiter.
The other one's Jupiter, which does a very good job at absorbing an awful lot of crap for us. Thank you very much, Jupiter.
Yes.
Mentioned
Was it shoe lever? I can't remember its name.
Levi,
I
yeah.
know, yeah. I know the one you mean. Yeah.
Schumacher, Levi, or something. I don't know.
Mainly, of course, due to its gravity, that
Yes.
it pulls in an awful lot of stuff that otherwise could make it to us. But yeah, I mean, look at that. That's taken a beating over the millions of years. Crater upon crater upon
Digital's
crater
is a
upon
better
crater.
one. Even though he was addressing it to you, Peter, for some reason.
You could read that one out, but I think I need to change it a little bit.
Really?
Yeah. A peanut stood on a railway track, its heart was full of flutter. Along came a choo-choo train and all squished peanut butter. I was taught something slightly different.
Yeah.
Choo-choo peanut butter.
Now it's just Roger Rabbit. It's just getting out of hand now.
I know that's
Oh,
very
really?
complicated. Roger Rabbit, yours is very complicated.
Mm.
You'd have to be you'd almost have to be an engineer to work that one out.
Yeah.
That's
Start talking about reverse threads. Whoa.
No.
Hey,
Don't
Morning,
Yeah.
day and them.
No one's mentioned anything about getting timed out yet. Interesting.
15 degrees. Interesting.
A boy stood on a burning deck. Oh no, we won't do that one either.
Playing a game of cricket. The ball railed up his trouser leg and stumped his middle wicket.
Yeah, safe for work version.
How's that?
Yeah. I know one about Jack and Jill went up the hill
Oh no.
with a smile. No, oh my God. No. Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a bowl of cheese. Jack came down with a smile on his face and his trousers around his knees.
That's safe for work.
That's safe enough, I guess.
Well in, mad.
All right. All right. I think we need to get back onto this moon thing.
Well, that's
I
what
got
I'm
a
doing
video.
now. Live moon.
Terry,
I
I got a
think
video
you
of
can
the
get live
super
moon
moon.
stuff too.
You want a video
They
of the
did
super
go
Yeah,
up
I
moon?
follow
to
a
see the
channel.
moon.
Yeah, I'm finding a
PK
live
imaging
moon
or
one.
something.
Do you want a
They
video
did
of
go
the
up to see
super
the moon.
Lunar
That's
live
what
stream,
she-
watch
they,
the
they
moon
went
with
there
us.
once or twice, didn't they? Yeah.
It should be a
I
live,
still feel extremely sorry for Jim Lovell.
No.
that
it's
live
not.
one.
He
Yeah.
went there twice and didn't get to walk on it.
Yeah. Always
Didn't
the
he?
bridesmaid.
Yeah. Never the
Poor
bride. I mean, yeah. I mean, kudos for the fact that the second time they made it back alive. But imagine going to the moon twice and still not getting to set foot on it. I mean, no wonder he jacked it in after they got back from Apollo 13. It's like, no, stuff it. I've had enough.
I'd go on the third time. Yeah.
I think there was talk of a potential sort of third trip out, but I think not long after then they sort of cut Apollos 18 and 19. They'd planned that far, and of course they stopped at 17. But I mean, imagine going out there once and going around the moon, which I think was Apollo 8, if I remember rightly. Was it 8?
Yep. 8, yeah.
And then being told, look, you and your crew are going to do Apollo 13, and you're the commander, and you're going to get to set foot on the moon. And he's like, yes, I went and had a look. Now I can go and do it. And no, sorry, guys.
Then he breaks it.
Then he goes and breaks it, yeah. Can you just stir the oxygen tanks? No, not that way. Oh,
Fuck.
Oh,
What did you do?
want that one.
I just pushed the button.
I just pushed the button and it all went bang. Poor fuckers.
I
I'm
don't want
talking
that
about a
one.
brown trouser incident. Bloody hell.
I suppose realistically that was the first case of the what's this button do?
Yeah.
what's
don't
this
press
button over here
again.
for? Don't
but-
push the red button. What, this one? Oh, too late.
Too late.
Your me bot's working properly now, Terry. It's just told me that you're live.
Okay, it's a bit late.
It's,
Yeah.
no, that's on time for a me bot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Normally I get it after the stream is finished.
Such a terrible player on Windows 10.
Yeah, well,
Terry, do you want to see a video of the supermoon from the other night?
Yeah, you can show that while I'm. Or do you want me? No, you can show it if it's just video.
Yeah, it's a video. Righto.
I'm looking for this moon footage.
you'll
Right.
probably have to stop sharing though, Terry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
Oh,
use
okay.
share.
Yeah, it would help.
Well, I'm trying to find it with you to see if you can see it. The one I'm looking for.
I'll keep looking for you, Terry.
Share.
I
There.
did have a lunar one, but I can't remember what I'd done with it.
That's a bit short, Nana.
Supermoon.
Oh, that's a sad one, man. NA.
That is, isn't it?
Oh, that's sad.
Still not going to stop me making lyrics up about them,
I'll time you out if they're sick or not funny.
though.
Doesn't look like it's moving, but it actually is moving
Okay.
slowly. Unless I
Why'd you
haven't
have
put-
your camera upside down?
Oh, geez, that's why I put trees in my picture the other day. You know that, Matt. I left trees in it just so that people couldn't say
No,
the stars
you-
are upside down. They're going the
they're
wrong
just
way.
branches. You
That's
just
right.
held them there. I
Yeah,
could see them shake.
Look at
I got the
Take a drag
koalas
it
to
on.
hold them.
that. Move,
Yeah.
moving.
You managed to get the drop bears out of shot.
Here's some
Live
trees for you,
stream
Peter.
is for sure.
Oh no, look. You can see the reptilians on it.
They're all grabbing their piece because you know it's 32 miles across.
Live moon today.
If that's a supermoon, where's his cape?
Oh, I've got one
It's
that's
flapping
about
at the back. It's flapping at the
Oh,
back.
that's all right.
Yeah,
Du-
yeah.
du-du-du,
an hour
du-du-du-du-du.
ago.
It's just the angle. It's just the angle. Guess how bright it was though. It was crazy bright. It was giving the camera a rough time. As you- and it's also seems to be broken on the jug dial right now, but anyway. Finesse. But yeah. That's what it looks like when the trees are blocking it.
Terry, the link I just put in the chat looks as if it's southern hemisphere. It's about an hour ago for the moon. And it looks upside down to me. Lots of craters and shadows.
Yeah, it's unfortunate when you look through
Oh,
their view.
good
It's-
quality.
It's hard to see
Uh,
1 hour ago.
That
how bright it is until you film it.
There is some music, but I don't know if it's copyrighted or not. Or it's just background music.
No, don't play any music.
First thing that catches you out.
But the Terminator line seems to be on the right-hand side, so it must be Southern Hemisphere. Which makes sense since it was filmed an hour ago.
Did you have clear skies this week? We've had them all for the last 3 nights. Yeah,
No.
4 nights.
I managed to get that picture of them in just when the clouds parted for a second. No, my sky's white, completely white. Last night was thunder, lightning, snow.
Oh.
Was there
clear
lightning?
sky. Yeah, no, I
Yep.
no, I saw the moon last night. I had
No.
clear skies, but my ISS sightings have dropped off. It shifted over enough that I can't bloody see it now, which is typical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not
I don't
even
get
decent
excited
lightning here. We only get bloody sheet lightning. We don't get nice fork lightning.
No, you don't get the proper stuff.
Nah.
Nah.
Yeah, my next ISS sighting is 8 days, 21 hours, and 22 minutes. Not bad for something that's not really there, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a magnitude 1.1. No,
Oh,
won't be worth getting out of bed for.
well, that's funny. My next sighting's in.
I blame Terry.
oh shit, where'd that come from?
Someone's in the Discord.
My next one's in 5 hours.
Carl, yeah,
Yeah.
if that's the one you did, Carl.
Hang on, let's
Ugh.
call up.
Terry would probably see one in 4 hours though.
Yeah, Carl's got this.
Oh, that's
It's
nice.
somewhere over.
The rainbow.
Yeah, it's just gone
Um,
over China right now.
Yeah, it's sort of over China-ish.
South Korea, China type area.
Yeah.
So where we can just see
Is
all
it-
those craters on the right-hand side is the
Yeah.
same
Yep.
as that. Is that one? Is the one we were looking at here? Where'd it go?
Well, there's craters on this side as well, but you can't see them because of depth of field. They've obviously used a wide aperture, so the depth of field would be really, really narrow. So you only get the first surface of the moon.
Oh,
As it
okay.
goes back, you'll lose the depth of field.
There is
so it'll
actually a
be
live
blurry.
feed from the ISS, and it's complete cloud cover. That could be anywhere. Oh well, we won't worry about that.
Why does the moon have craters? Really got asked that question?
Who asked that? Who asked that?
Oh, well, it was in one of your pictures as you were scrolling.
Oh,
I don't know. Why does the moon have craters?
Because that's where they're mining all the cheese, obviously.
Of course.
Oh,
Everyone knows that.
yeah. It does make you wonder about the intelligence of some of these people. Though, why do you
know.
think it's got craters? What do you think forms craters? You know, what do you think
Yeah.
shooting stars are and meteors and
And
You know.
JCB diggers.
yeah.
Yeah.
There was a book out years ago, and I've never been able to find it again. And this guy had apparently been trawling through the NASA photo archives of the moon, and he had found all sorts of interesting stuff. He had gone through hundreds of thousands of photos, and it showed all sorts of weird and wonderful stuff that he claimed was up on the moon. But it was like, are you sure you haven't just sort of This wasn't. This would have been airbrushed. This is pre-Photoshop days. You know, and there's all these alien structures and stuff, and it's like, no, come on, mate. You know, if NASA actually taken photos of all that, they would have been the first ones to go, guys, look what we've found. You know, it's just a ball of rock. Might potentially be some useful rock, but
Yeah.
And water, of course. It's got water as well.
Well, yeah.
That would be useful.
Water's always useful, yeah.
Oh, yes. I just can't wait to see them walking on the moon again, because obviously I missed it all the first time round. I was, well, I think the last time man set foot on the moon, I was 2. So, yeah, missed all that.
I was 8, going on 9.
I did watch the first shuttle launch because it turned out that my teacher at the time was also a bit of a space nut, and we spent hours in the school common room, our entire class, most of which were extremely bored, watching it on TV. I remember that one very clearly, but yeah, I'm too young for all the Apollo stuff.
Ah, good old Jenny. Speak to you soon.
Nope, night.
Good night, Jen.
So weird saying night and the sun's still coming up.
Well, water's always wet, they and them, even when it's frozen.
Yeah.
Bacon's not, though.
Oh,
Oh, bacon. Oh, I ain't got any either. Bugger.
oh, cat's happy. She's sunning herself on the windowsill. Good out. Oh, a tour of the moon. Here's some rock. Here's some dirt. Here's some more dirt. There's a crater.
Yeah.
Oh, look, there's another crater.
Yeah.
Would you know it? It's a crater.
Like everyone's standing on the edge of the crater with their P900s taking photos.
Oh, I'm glad you said P900. I thought you was going to say something else.
Yeah. Having a pee. Yeah.
Look at all those circular craters.
Look how deep they are.
Yeah, that was a big impact. That one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You'd have felt that.
Oh, look at that one.
And that one.
Yeah. That was huge.
Well, actually, it's a double. If you look carefully, it looks like there's a bigger one on the. Or is that the same crater? But it's just that's the spill.
I think it's the same one.
Yeah, it's the same one. It's just where it's spread out.
And then lots of others help wear it
That
down
is
over
one
time.
hell of a smack, that one, isn't it?
Now, just imagine if that hadn't hit the moon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There'd be no corner shops.
Any commentary to this to tell us how deep they are?
Twice as deep as the Grand Canyon. Some impacts are invisible for other reasons.
Okay, there is some.
Well, if it's twice as deep
A
as the
feature
Grand
that's as
Canyon,
wide
it's
as the
2
distance
miles.
from New York City to Cincinnati. Using new elevation measurements, we can clearly see the effects of what is likely the last giant impact event in lunar history, with its outer mountain rings rising many kilometers above the lowest points inside the crater. The interior regions, like Shackleton, haven't seen sunlight in over 2 billion years. However, new measurements have created our best yet maps of these types of craters, allowing us to see deep into the shadows of this surprisingly young-looking impact crater in the south that's more than twice as deep as the Grand Canyon.
Okay.
That's 2 miles.
Twice as deep as the Grand Canyon.
That's 2 miles.
And this is still what I would call small geography. You wait until they get to Mars. Now that's got some big stuff.
Yeah, isn't it?
It is so large.
Giant
New LRO
goofers.
topography maps reveal the largest impact basin in the Earth-Moon system, measuring several kilometers in depth and around 2,500 kilometers in diameter. Only the Hellas Basin on Mars rivals it in size.
There you
One of the youngest large-scale impacts on the moon is the Tycho crater. This fresh
I have to pause it randomly just for the sake of random because of the...
Now the Tycho crater featured in the film of 2001 A Space Odyssey, because that's where they found the monolith.
Oh, we might be able to see it.
TMA1, Tycho Magnetic Anomaly 1. Who's seen that film too many times?
crater may have formed only 108 million years ago, when dinosaurs roamed the Earth. We now also have an extreme close-up view of the crater's central peak, revealing a mountain with sharp edges, building-sized rocks, and a central boulder about the size of a baseball stadium. The Aristarchus Plateau is another region and astronomers. The crater itself formed in the same era as the Tycho crater, and what appear to be snaking river valleys were actually carved by ancient lava flows.
I think it does.
Next, we arrive at Mare Serenitatis on the near side of the moon. In December of 1972, the crew of Apollo 17 landed in the Taurus Littrow Valley, marking the last time humans have visited the surface of the moon.
Where?
With images from LRO's narrow-angle camera, we can clearly see the evidence of that visit.
Yeah,
you can see him.
Yeah,
You can see footprints. You can see the lunar rover track marks.
Yeah,
You can see the
where they walk.
flag. You can see everything there. Now there's the rover where they filmed the ascent stage going back up.
Yeah.
That famous bit of film when you see it take off, and they filmed it remotely.
Far side of the moon, which cannot be seen from Earth. Our first stop is the Compton-Belkovich region, which shows evidence for young volcanic activity in the far side highlands. This feature is unique not only because it is isolated from other volcanoes in the area, but also because it is located nowhere near the Maria, where volcanoes are usually found. Jackson crater, which, like the Tycho crater on the near side, has an extensive and complex ray system. In fact, this crater is often considered to be like a twin to Tycho. Finally, the Tsiolkovsky crater stands out as an excellent example of a far because of its isolation from other similar craters, as well as its beautiful central peak. As we continue to study the moon, our understanding of it improves, giving us new insights not only into how it has evolved over time, but also how other...
The shadow.
Yeah, you can always pause it, Terry, rather than just...
and new technology.
Sort of chat about each one.
Yeah.
I find the biggest problem that looking at any images, film, or what have you of the moon is you don't have any sense of scale, because there's nothing there for you to compare anything against.
Yeah, there's no trees or anything.
And you get that, and a lot of the photos they took from the moon surface, and there's lumps and hills in the background. Well, they're actually mountains. If they're on Earth, it would be, well, a bloody great mountain in the background. But because you've got nothing there to compare it against, you've got no sense of scale.
Yeah.
This isn't just a little rock. This isn't like one of Mars's moons. This is still a fair size. But you can't sort of look at it and go, "Oh, cross! Look at the size of that crater. I mean, that crater could be 10 foot across." You don't know.
Yeah, your cooking lesson was pretty good, Professor Phil. And hello.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Hey, Phil.
you're quite right. No sense of scale, so you can't understand the enormity.
Yeah, I mean, any photos taken down here on Earth, there's either something man-made in the background or just trees or something that you can go, oh, yeah, it's that big. Whereas there, it's nothing. It's all just grey rock and dust and dirt. And it's like, how close is that? How far away is it? How big is it?
Yeah.
You can't tell.
Oh, that was a quick tour.
But they even thought of that in the Apollo missions. They took a little widget out with them, so they could tell. Not only could they get the color balance of the film right, but they could tell how big things were. It was called a gnomon, spelt with a G, bizarrely, because you'd have exactly the same problem. You wouldn't be able to tell how big things were and how far away it was, because you've got nothing to give you an indication of scale and distance.
You're right. This is Robert Rabbits put. Those can't be rover tracks. The wind would have blown them away ages ago. I expect some stupid flirt will say that, point that out.
Well, there is only one thing that will alter the face of anything on the surface of the moon, and that, of course, is meteor impacts.
Exactly, yeah.
That's the only thing that will kick the dirt up.
Yeah. Oh no, it's the casual spaceman.
He's out with St. John's.
Oh, this goes for 29 minutes.
Ah.
Heading home, be on soon. No rush.
Yeah, there's no rush.
What was that casual?
You can end the stream now, Terry.
Oh, okay. Quick, let's hide. And when he gets home, you'll go, where did everyone go? I'm just wondering, this has to be real.
My phone's talking to me. What the hell's that?
This has to be real. It couldn't be fake.
Oh, yeah.
Goes back further. So what year did they... The historic Apollo 11.
Yeah, the first one.
1969.
Well, first man touchdown.
Yes, Apollo 10 got rather close.
Yeah.
Just before the point of no return.
What, Apollo 10 launched?
Apollo 10 was a complete dry run, including detaching the lunar module and descending, but not descending all the way.
Oh. Okay.
So they got down to a certain altitude and then came back up. So it was as much of a rehearsal as they could do without actually landing.
Ah.
They didn't have enough fuel on board to come back up if they did land.
Ah. It would have been a one-way trip.
Yeah, but I think this is what the the landing deniers forget. Apollo 11, and the clue is in the name, wasn't the first attempt. It's Apollo 11. There were 10 others. I mean, they went to the moon in Apollo 8. They went round it.
Yeah.
Apollo 9 was a dry run of everything in Earth's orbit. Apollo 10 was a dry run, including descending towards the moon's surface without actually landing on it. And then 11 was literally, we'll land on the moon, we'll stay there for an hour or two and say, yes, we've done it, and then we'll come back up. Because they were literally on the moon's surface for no more than a couple of hours and a bit. But it was it. And then they say, why didn't they take photos of the Earth? Yeah, why? Why would they take photos of the Earth? They had other things to worry about. And it's really... like, we've actually made it to the moon's surface. Oh, there's the Earth. Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, we already got pictures of the Earth from the moon. Why do we need any more?
Yeah. And of course, in later Apollo missions, when they had more time to spend on the surface, they had more time to think, this will make a nice arty photo. You stand here and I'll get you and the flag and the Earth all in the same shot. Oh, yeah, that's nice. Yeah. They had time to think about that. But Apollo 11, it was literally, we're here, we've made it, we'll set up some bits of equipment, we'll take some soil samples, here's a flag, quick salute, right, come on, we're going. Boom.
And Apollo 1 didn't even make it off the launch pad.
No, yeah, well,
on fire.
Apollo 1 was the one that killed 3 chaps.
Oh.
That was that was the Apollo pad fire. That was Apollo 1. That was Grissom, Chaffee, and White. Of course, Ed White was the first American to do a spacewalk.
Armstrong throttles up the engine before dropping down on the lunar surface, while Armstrong flies the lunar module. Aldrin gives him an attitude reading. So there is sound.
Yeah, it was a very visual thing. So that whilst Armstrong was flying the thing, Aldrin was sort of giving him readings and telling him what the instruments were saying, because he was so intent on sort of looking out the little window and seeing what he was doing.
Well, he actually took over, didn't he?
Yeah.
The computer, something went wrong.
Yeah, the computer was putting him down, and they'd overshot their landing area, and the computer was going to put them down in an area that was too rocky, and he sort of said, "No, I'll take over. I'll do it."
Current altitude about 46,000.
That has to be real footage. But that's the lander separate to the orbiter.
As Newell Trask is
I thought
sitting
it
here
was
with
attached
us,
to the
much to
orbiter,
him
the
as we're
lander.
coming over. Do you think that's the right place?
Yes, that looks like the right place.
No, I think they've done computer footage to.
Hey, Bandy.
Hey, Bandy.
Hey.
Come in, come in, Bandies. Come and say good day.
Ignition 10%.
Yeah, this is all computer footage to try and demonstrate what they're going through, isn't it?
As they get
Matched
closer,
with the actual transmission.
I think you have that data there. Yes.
But 1969 computer footage?
That's
No.
interesting. Maybe
No,
we're
because
having,
what does it say in the top right-hand corner? Apollo 50.
no problem. Just the fact that it might be trouble getting communications through.
Have you seen the animations that they had in 1969? Oh dear.
Now, Bandy, you're not going to deny a guy a good game of golf, are you, Bandy? I mean, come on, Bandy. Photography or game of golf? Which would you choose?
Animation shows.
Photography.
I'm afraid.
The lunar module is proceeding
Golf, a good walk ruined.
from right.
When you don't get invited anymore, though, then you've got you've got the open invite, haven't you? Where are you? Are you in the Discord? No, you're not there. You mean I've got to
Hi,
find you?
Bandy.
Eagle, that looks good. Eagle, Houston, everything's looking good here, over.
I never know when your
internet
connection's any good, then. Gotta find you now. Where are you?
S-band pitch, -9er, yaw, +18.
Damn. There you go.
Copy.
You can find the link.
Yeah,
Meantime, they're still heading to the moon.
Terry, look up.
Facts and things agree very closely.
Driving,
Roger.
listening in, this happened
10 minutes
to
to
the
the
neighbour.
touchdown.
That crash.
Oh boy. 10 minutes to a landing on the moon.
I don't know who's 3.14 is.
Altitude go high.
I think it's been almost 10 years since we've been trying to do this.
Just 2 minutes, 20 seconds, everything looking good. We show altitude about 47,000 feet. Yeah. Now, in about 4 minutes from now, they will get their first look at the landing area. So far, now, their heads are down.
Descent must have been quite something.
AC voltage down. Roger.
They're
50 meter maybe, huh?
they are face down, windows down.
You're still looking good. It's coming up 3 minutes.
Their feet forward.
That remark on the AC voltage was a meter possibly. The ground is not concerned with it.
So good.
They roll now through the windows up position,
The vision check downrange shows to be a little long.
as you just saw. In about 3 minutes now, they get that first look when they pitch up, go into more of an upright position. And they can look forward out their windows toward the landing site. At that point, they'll be about 3.5 miles high, making about 103 miles an hour forward with about 13 8/10 miles to go.
I think it's going to stop.
Isn't it amazing how good pictures they could get? Yet Travis has got modern technology and he still can't take a decent picture.
Because he doesn't know how to use his bloody camera.
Don't pick on my friend Travis. He did great pictures.
Hello, Bacon God. How are you doing?
You're a go to continue power descent. You're a go to continue power descent.
That's another major milestone.
Altitude 40,000.
This is a go.
We got data dropout. You're still looking good.
Go, no-go decision at that point. They could abort the landing at that point if there had been a no-go decision. Got about 68 miles to go. Seven minutes left before landing.
Okay, we got good lock on.
They're at about 35,000 feet high now.
LH is minus 2,900. Roger, we copy. That's the Earth, right out our front window. Houston, you're looking at our Delta H. That's affirmative. Program alarm. Looking good to us, over. 1202. 1202. Good radar data. Altitude now 33,500 feet.
Hal wasn't too far off.
I suspect that Hal may be just about right by the time Doug Ward relays that to us, so he's probably a few seconds behind.
Yeah.
Roger, we got you. We're going at alarm. Roger, 330. 6 plus 25, throttle down. 6 plus 25, throttle down. Roger, copy. 6 plus 25. We're still go, altitude 27,000 feet. Same alarm, and it appears to come up when we have a 1668 up. Roger, copy.
What's this alarm, Wally?
It's a go case. Just apparently some function that's coming up on the computer is a verb.
Look good now. Roger, Delta H is looking good to us.
A verb-noun combination, no problem, as I see it.
Throttle on one time. Roger, copy, throttle down. Throttle down. Better than the simulator. Right.
They say it's better than the simulator. That's consoling.
Things look real close.
Crowds around this country and all over the world are watching this, listening to these communications.
Altitude now 21,000 feet, still looking
closely
very
as we
good.
are. This is the International Arrivals Building, Kennedy Airport, with a big display board there. They see
Velocity
these
down
pictures.
now to 1,200 feet per second. You're looking
This
great,
is Disneyland in California.
Okay, I'm still on flu, so we may tend to lose as we gradually pick over. Let me try auto again now, see what happens. Roger.
He's talking about the high gain antenna.
Okay, looks like it's holding. Roger, we got
good.
good data.
Makes the job easier.
They're down to just 14 miles to go and 4.5 minutes.
7 minutes, 30 seconds into the burn.
4.5 minutes left in this era.
Altitude 16,300 feet.
Oh, boy.
This great the way the communications is working. This,
Descent to fuel to monitor, over. 72. Altitude 13,005. Velocity
Going down
9,100
fast.
feet per second. Made it switch over time, please, just. Roger, stand by. You're looking great at 8 minutes. Correction on that velocity, now reading 760 feet per second. It's the P64. Good.
760 feet per second on the way down. That's pretty slow for space flying.
It is. It's as slow as man has ever flown in space.
It sure is.
Vital says we're go, altitude 9,200 feet. 830, you're looking great.
They're just about
Descent rate 129
approaching
feet per
high
second.
gate.
We copy.
That's the 7,600 foot level. 1.4 miles high when they get down to a speed of 98 miles an hour, and they're just a little under 5 miles from the landing site. At that point, they can pitch forward, get a really good view of the
You're
landing
looking
site.
great. Coming up 9 minutes.
At that high
We're
gate,
now in the approach phase. Everything looking good.
as they're inside the high
Altitude
gate,
5,200 feet.
5,200 feet, less than a mile from the moon's surface.
Manual attitude control is good. Roger, copy. Altitude 4,200. Houston, you're a go for landing, over.
Oh, great go.
Roger, understand. Go for landing. 3,000 feet. Time alarm.
3,000 feet. Ooh. Delta landing, meaning they're on their spot, huh?
Roger, 1201 alarm. We're go. Same tide. We're go. 2,000 feet. 2,000 feet. Into the ag, 47 degrees. Roger. 47 degrees.
Listen to these communications, too. We're getting this readout perfect.
Eagle looking great. Your go. Altitude 1,600.
Oh, this is...
They've got a good look at their site now. This is the critical time. They're going to hover. They're going to make a decision. Apparently they're go,
Roger,
though.
1202, we copy it. 35 degrees. 35 degrees. 750. Coming down to 23. 700 feet, 21 down. 33 degrees.
Oh, the data is coming in beautifully.
100 feet down at 19. 540 feet down at 30. Down at 15. Take 400 feet down at 9. Skate forward. 1050 feet down at 4. 36 and a half down. They're tagged on horizontal velocity. 300 feet down, 3.5. 47 forward. Put up. Down 1.5 down. 70. Got the shadow out there. 50 down at 2.5. 19 forward. Altitude, velocity, light. 8.5 down. 220 feet. 15 forward. 11 forward, coming down nicely. 200 feet. 4.5 down. 5.5 down. 660 feet. 6.5 down. 5.5 down. 9 forward. Good. 20 feet. 100 feet, 3.5 down, 9 forward. 5%. How many bites? Okay, 75 feet. Guys looking good, down a half. 6 forward. 60 seconds. Lights on. 6. Down 2.5. Forward. Forward. Good. 40 feet down 2.5. Picking up some dust. 30 feet, 2.5 down. Straight shadow. 4 forward. 4 forward. Drift into the right a little. Down a half. 30 seconds. Forward. Good. Okay. Contact light. Okay, engine stop. ACA at a descent. Mode control both auto, descent, engine command override off. Engine arm
We're
off.
home.
413 is in.
Man on the moon.
We copy you down, Eagle. Houston,
Oh, jeez.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed. Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue. We're breathing again. Thanks a lot.
Ooh. Oh, boy.
Thank you. You're looking good here.
Boy.
Okay, we're going to be busy for a minute. Master arm on. Take care of the descent. I'll get the stuff prepared.
Wally, say something. I'm speechless.
I'm just trying to hold on to my breath. That is really something.
Very smooth touchdown.
Kind of nice to be aboard on this one, isn't it?
You know, we've been wondering what this guy Armstrong or Aldrin would say. He stepped foot on the moon, which comes a little bit later now. And just to hear him do it, we're left here absolutely with dry mouths and speech.
I'm glad they put that disclaimer there that it's a simulation.
Yeah.
It looks like we're bending the oxidizing
Yeah,
up.
'cause
Roger, Eagle, and you're safe for T1. Over. Eagle, you're safe for T1.
okay.
Now, you see, this is just what they tell you, so that you will buy into it without questioning anything.
That's right, because we're also gullible, but we never question anything ever.
You can see there.
You are.
Yeah.
That little fly speck is supposed to be a limb.
Gee, they must be in a position.
That's why I'm not arguing with you and just blindly accepting everything you tell me.
Just
They
a
landed right.
just a little dust.
No, you just don't want to go against the narrative because you're a shill.
Wow.
Look, I'm quite.
And there they sit on the moon. Just exactly nominal, wasn't it? Exactly as a flight plan all the way down. Man planting this thing on the surface of the Earth. My golly. We're done.
You know, it's funny too.
Copy, now 60, now 43. Roger, we have it. Yes, sir, I read Columbia on that again. Roger, we ring you 5 by Columbia. He has landed Tranquility Base. Eagle is at Tranquility, over.
It's interesting that they're referring to it as Tranquility Base.
Well, good show.
That was a confirmation to Columbia.
And people have the audacity to say there's not much new going on these days. I think that one's erased for a long time.
I'd like to know what some of those kids we
The next
talked
major
to.
stay, no stay, will be for the T2 event. That is at 21 minutes, 26 seconds after initiation of powered descent.
Columbia went up telemetry command reset to reacquire on the high gain. Copy out.
This is a 9-minute period that they have in which they could, under certain phasing conditions, take off again and make re-rendezvous within 2 orbits of the nominal.
Yes.
But they're not. They now have the stay for that period, so they're apparently not even considering leaving again at this time. They
We
got
have
another.
an unofficial time for that touchdown of 102 hours, 45 minutes, 42 seconds, and we will update that.
Time which will be in the history books
Eagle
forever.
Houston, you loaded R2 wrong. We want 10254.
I'd like to know what those kids who are kind of poo-pooing this thing are saying right at this moment. I'd like to know what they thought in those moments when our mouths were in our throats. How can anybody turn off of a world like this? They had quite a bit of tolerance in that landing speed. They could have gotten up to almost 7 miles an hour, 6.8 miles an hour. The struts are made to withstand that. But they came in apparently right on.
5515.2.
You heard those.
So he's got he's using a handheld.
Portion of our screen right now, we can see Messier, Alpha, and Bravo with the light-colored rays.
About time they showed some real footage.
Yeah. So you can see that's being filmed through the window. I always felt a bit sorry for them. You know, they go all the way to the moon, and it's their job to stay behind and watch their mates go down and have all the fun and the fame and the fortune and everything else. And it's like, what was your job? Well, I just sort of waited for them. You know.
But did Collins get to land on the moon at all in future missions?
Nope.
No.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's
no.
always the bridesmaid, Terry.
Just the chauffeur.
If something went wrong, there's no way of him actually saving them.
No.
He had to fly back on his own. I bloody well wouldn't. I would have gone down.
Let's just see if that was his last mission.
A very gray appearance, and like the acreage, does it have the look of plaster Paris to it?
Didn't he
They
get?
said they would have. Sorry, Peter, go ahead.
I was just going to say, didn't he end up getting pulled onto mission control?
He became the Assistant Secretary of State for Public Affairs. He became the director of the National Air and Space Museum.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
so that was his last trip into space. I mean, he did. Went to space twice by the looks of it. Gemini 10 and Apollo 11. I think that was it.
Okay, who said they would have went down to the moon if something went wrong?
I would.
Mad.
So, Mad, you've watched Space Cowboys one too many times.
No, I wouldn't leave them there. I wouldn't. No, I couldn't do it.
But there was if anything had happened on the lunar surface, there was nothing anybody could do.
No, I know there isn't.
You would die as well if you went back, Mad.
Exactly.
Well, he couldn't get down there. Yeah, Collins physically couldn't get down there.
The only way he could have got down there was if he changed the trajectory of the orbiter so that the orbiter crashed into the moon.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So he would have killed himself too.
Yeah.
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 Well, actually, no, because you'd fly down to the moon, then just as it's just about to hit the deck, you'd open the window or door and jump out.
And you say I'm making up fairy tales today.
But I would have had a jetpack.
Yeah, that would have worked. Yeah, that would have worked.
Jetpacks don't carry their own oxygen, do they?
Spacesuits do.
Yeah, a lot of the jetpacks that they use in space are nothing more than, well, in essence, aerosol cans.
Yeah, basically.
Oh, Tripping Fool said in the side chat, Collins kept the toilet seat warm for them. You think they had a toilet on board? They had plastic bags. Toilet. Oh,
no, they had a vacuum cleaner with a funnel.
Oh.
No, I don't think they even had that. I think they had plastic bags.
Yeah. I'm fairly certain they had a fluid disposal unit, but they had to fill the bag up that actually locked into the fluid disposal unit.
Yeah, because when they did a urine dump, they actually, if it was in the sunlight, they took photos of it. They said it was actually very pretty because obviously it just as soon as they sort of dumped it, it instantly froze and it formed lots of ice crystals.
Do you think this is where the urine drinking came from? Because they saw the pretty pictures as they dumped it into the place.
So you're saying that there's frozen piddle out and floating around in space?
Yeah.
I'll tell you now, there's frozen turds on the moon surface because they left all the rubbish behind. And the later missions, they were there long enough that they needed to take a dump. Where do you think you don't think they brought it back up with them, do you?
I thought they had to bring everything back with them.
Oh God! You see some of the photos of the landing sites. There's rubbish strewn everywhere. It's a right mess.
Why would I look at fake photographs of a landing site that never happened?
Well, you're better off looking at the Apollo photos. I don't know where these fake ones are, but if you look at the Apollo photos, especially the later ones where they were down there for a couple of days, there was stuff strewn all over the place.
You got new photographs from the satellite what's orbiting the moon. LL.
Yeah, the LRO doesn't pick up sort of the smaller stuff, but if you actually look at a lot of the photos,
picks up the most of it.
Particularly 16 and 17, there's bits of kit and bits of stuff strewn all over the place. Now, the last thing they were worried about was tidying up after themselves and raking it all clean and bringing all their rubbish back with them. They just couldn't carry the weight.
That's what I feel sorry the most is the poor little machines that are left up there with no more sense of duty or anything else. They were just discarded, thrown away like a piece of trash.
Yeah.
No respect for the poor little machines, what they went through and everything else.
They left them there for the next people.
Yeah, they left it there for somebody else to clean up.
Yeah. Typical Americans when they go camping.
Yeah. Just leave it behind. It's not our problem.
Someone else will deal with it. It's all good.
Yeah.
putting a link in the chat of an article that tells about the rubbish left, including a photograph of a bag of poo.
Pep, you don't always have to be so useful.
Hey, you're watching NASA TV.
There you go, that very first photograph. Just a bag of rubbish. Let me have a look in my... Let's have a look at Apollo 17. Oh, God, there's so many photos.
It's not like the trash is going to choke fish.
No, exactly.
How do you know there's not fish on the moon?
Because there's no water.
What, have we done any mining on the moon to confirm that there's no water underneath the crust, if it even exists?
Oh, there's water on the moon, but it's all frozen.
Yeah.
It's not liquid.
No.
There's water on Mercury.
Yeah, you're making assumptions.
No.
No.
Yes, you are.
No, we're not.
Yes, you are. We don't know what's properly underneath the crust of the moon.
More moon.
Huh? It's not like the Earth where we've done seismology and stuff.
They have done seismology on the moon.
Bouncing a laser off, it's not going to test anything.
They have set up seismological stations, and when they discarded the ascent stage of the lunar module, they purposefully fired them back into at the moon, so that it would cause an impact that the seismology stations would pick up. They have deliberately done that. They thought about it.
Yeah, that's because it's hollow. That's why it was ringing. Spirit Science covered this already.
If you can't read that in this peanut gallery, it says Neil Armstrong's first photo taken after setting foot on the moon captures a bag of human waste that was jettisoned from the spacecraft. Well, they could have dug a hole and buried it.
Why? It's not like it's going to smell.
That would just give you the shits.
It burned up when it took off again. Surely, if it's underneath it.
No,
I think, in all honesty, they didn't leave that behind on Apollo 11 because I don't think they were there long enough.
No, if it's anaerobic bacteria, chances are it would have smelled.
How do you smell anything in the vacuum?
Because it wasn't like they just. Yeah, it wasn't like they left it outside. Like it was in a bag. Therefore, there is an atmosphere in the bag unless they vacuum sealed it.
Never mind.
It's in a vacuum of space. It's in a big vacuum.
I don't know if any of you guys have seen this before, but this was done back in, I forget when it was, 1965.
65. About the moon.
It's just the guy said they wouldn't be able to.
It's only a 2-minute clip of the actual interview. I've lost the actual. I could find it again, but this will be a 2 minutes worth of it.
Well, now, one thing, you have a theory about the moon, and we expect to be able to get observable facts about the moon fairly soon. What is your theory?
Well, it is by now rather more than a theory. 10 or 11 years ago, I stated to various scientists that the moon is not a piece of rock, but it is a plasma phenomenon, a cosmic plasma, and that this fact will eventually be confirmed. I made certain predictions which were already confirmed in 1958, and the situation now is coming close to a complete confirmation.
What will be the result if you're proved to be correct in your theories?
The result will be profound and decisive, because it will give proof that a complete reinvestigation of the laws of nature is necessary. Because if the moon is a plasma, no man will ever land on it. The soft landing attempts will all fail. That means that the mass of the moon is far less than is currently assumed. It's in a different state of energy, and it has far less mass. That means there is no more explanation for the tides. If the moon, for example, has only 1,000 part of its mass, the tides will only be
was actually about to ask if he mentions Aristarchus. I'll swear to God, he's Pete Shea's dad.
All
Yeah.
gravitational theories are out, and a new concept of the cosmos and of its laws has to be evolved.
Aren't you being a bit adventurous, though, because you know that we're going to be able to test out your theories on the moon fairly soon?
Well, not anymore. 11 years ago, of course, it was rather taking a risk. I was considered a lunatic, of course, but by now the evidence, cumulative evidence, is already so much in my favor that I'm not taking any risks anymore. On the contrary, there is scientific views expressed all over the world now that the moon seems to be of a quite different nature of what was assumed.
But the Americans and Russians are thinking of landing men on it.
65.
Well, that will never happen. Not on the moon. On Mars, on Venus, on other planets, yes, but the moon is definitely, as I assert, a plasma.
A year later, just 1 year later, the Americans landed the probe Surveyor 1 on the moon.
All right, just one.
Who is this guy?
Yeah, one question.
He's dead now.
How did he come to the conclusion that the moon was plasma, but other planetary bodies were not?
I think he removed it from a bodily orifice. It does make you wonder, you know. It's oh yeah, the moon's made of plasma. What's Jupiter then? Oh, well, that's something different. Well,
you're just not understanding it. If you knew about Aristarchus, you'd understand everything.
Can I just stop you there? Thanks.
I know about Aristarchus and the dodo.
Yeah. Oh dear.
I mean, the poor old boy couldn't have been proved more wrong. Not only did the Americans land Surveyor craft on the moon, but Apollo 12 actually landed quite close to one of those Surveyor probes. And there's photos of the astronauts walking over to Surveyor 3. You know, I mean, it's like, hello, this is real.
You know what would be really interesting? To find out what he did after the moon was landed on, where he went, what his life was after that.
A bit of a thing for that, Peter. He disappeared, and no one heard from him again, and no one's been able to find him.
Who was he?
The government silenced him.
The Men in Black came and took him away.
Yeah, because I tried to find more about him, articles and that, but I couldn't find anything. He just disappeared into obscurity.
Who was this guy? Anyone know?
Yeah, what was his name?
Okay, wait a minute, give me a sec.
Casual. Who was this guy? Plasma. Well, surely if it was plasma, you'd see it. It'd be like a mini sun, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah.
It gives the theories to its own light and all that sort of stuff, and that's probably why he thinks it's. But he said he's been doing it for 11 years.
Professor R. Foster.
He's definitely had too much acid when he was at uni.
Acid.
Well, now, one thing, you have a theory about the moon, and...
Stanley
if I can find the full... See if I can find it.
Professor Nutjob. It was me. A lunatic.
Right, his name was Professor R. Foster.
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
I've worked it out, Terry. When was the year that Harold Holt went missing?
Who's Harold Holt?
Harold Holt was our Prime Minister that went for a swim one lonely night out in the bay, yeah. And a Russian submarine took him away, or the aliens took him, or
we don't know.
Or he got eaten by a great big shark. You know, we're not quite sure.
Shark probably ate him.
We're not quite sure.
Out of those three, I think, yeah, definitely, probably the shark is the most probable.
I'm thinking Japanese mini sub. Highly unlikely, but still a possibility.
Why would they want to kidnap an Australian Prime Minister?
Well,
why not?
If you held him to ransom, no one's going to pay it.
Well, think about from this point of view, Matt. If you just stole the Australian Prime Minister, what's the Australians' attitude's going to be? Well, we'll just vote another one in.
Yeah, exactly.
But if you borrowed an American Prime Minister, it will be right, war, bomb them, done. So by taking the Australian one, it kind of gave them a chance or an opportunity to possibly take over Australia.
Nah, Australians wouldn't listen to
I found the complete uncut interview.
Yeah, I found it too.
9.5
They're
minutes
complete
long.
uncut. Yeah,
nobody's ever been able to find
name. Mr. Foster.
Nobody's been able to find any information of him. I suspect that he wasn't a scientist or a professor at all.
He was probably a paid actor, just to say that, to stir up people.
Yeah. He's a flat earther.
Yeah, the ABC was unable to confirm Mr. Foster's identity beyond the entry in the production notebook from the 1965 People something in Tasmanian Professor Foster.
Yeah.
Tasmanian.
We have also been unable to find any documentation of his work, so we don't know.
That's because it was all destroyed because he was on to the truth.
What, the moon's made of plasma?
or he was just trolling.
Yeah.
Before
they landed
having
on
a laugh.
Before they landed on the moon.
Spurs wasn't alive then.
Yeah, just looking him up on Reddit. Even the people of Reddit couldn't find out anything about him.
No, I've been looking too. When I first found it, I couldn't find any more information.
They won't be able to land on the moon. Why not? Because it's made of plasma.
Yeah, it's made of plasma. Yeah, you can land on Mars.
They'll just fly straight through it. They'll just fly straight through it.
Something else.
Yeah.
So that was 1965. Yes, February the 3rd, 1966, the Russian probe Luna 9 made the first soft landing on the moon and took the first photos from the surface. June the 2nd of that year, the American Surveyor 1 probe made the first US soft landing on the moon. So his claims were completely destroyed in under a year.
That's what they want you to believe.
Yeah, I know. Because let's not forget that when it comes to the space race, the Russians won everything except the very one thing. They never got man on the moon, but everything else they did before the Americans.
Yeah, but you're forgetting the one world government.
Oh no!
I think we're ready for some videos, and then we'll get on to part 2, which will be Blue Moon, Blood Moon, Harvest Moon. So, videos, anybody? Videos. Let me look.
You got a couple in there.
I got Birth of the Moon, Evolution of the Moon. Got Why is Moon moving away? Why is the Moon moving away? This Anton Petrov's got bad English.
Please tell me that Evolution of the Moon is from Kent Hovind.
No, because there's no water.
No water.
Water. Oh no, sorry, we weren't prepared for that.
What? No, I was not prepared for that.
Okay. Just scrolling back up. Moon hoax not. Let's see who that was. I think that's about it. What is the shape of the... Oh, I looked at that shape of the moon when it wasn't that crash hot. Moon's powerful magnetosphere suddenly vanished. We don't know why. Evolution of the moon.
Because we turned off the energy. we didn't pay the electricity bill on the moon. That's why it changes shape all the time, because it's the energy resource running down. That's why you get different shapes.
So who's in charge of putting shilling in the meter?
This one's a bit out there, but today I found out, why do outhouses have a crescent moon on the door? The fart that killed 10,000 people. I don't know. That was Mippet put that in.
Mippet.
Oh, trip and fall.
I'll grab them all. Oh, we've got a casual space fart here.
Yeah, I see. Mark Sargent was on this morning. Pip.
Oh,
okay. I think.
Oh, was it him that was on?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
If you all go to Twitter though, and search for Simon Dan, you will see that he is starting a sort of campaign to get this morning to bring him on, so that he can actually go through what was said by Mark Sargent and debunk it to the same audience. I suggest you all go and
Twitter.
I don't do
the
Twitter.
instructions.
I don't do Twitter.
Anyway.
Twitter, I think I do as well. Very rarely use
he posted that yesterday.
Yeah.
A national pro. I want to go on account of the points he made. Let's retweet this as far as we can and get them debunked in the most epic way imaginable. Yeah, okay, we'll retweet that.
Okay, I've got 4 videos. Peanut Gallery. Oh, better let Casual in.
No, don't let him in.
Hope it wasn't raining out over the front door. Let's hope there's a veranda at the door. Imagine standing at the front door, pouring down rain, and you're waiting to get let in.
Retweet.
Shocking. Good morning.
Good
morning,
He
Casual.
lives in Northern Ireland. If he's not used to rain by now, he needs to move to a different fucking country.
No, I should have left him out there for another 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's like a daily occurrence. Except today, it's been snowing.
Oh, okay.
And yesterday.
Well, if it's snowing, it's not as bad as getting wet from rain.
So you got cold rain instead.
We got scattering of snow the other night, but it was one of those where it's like, oh, is that a frost or is it snow?
Yeah, it's not even a proper snow. It's like a slushy, horrible. Exactly what Peter just said. A cold snow. That's
Yeah,
sorry,
we had snow last
cold
night.
rain. A cold rain.
It kind of came down, seen the ground, and went, nah,
What's that,
I'm not bothered.
Yeah, pretty much.
Blue moon.
It's stuck to the rooftops, but as far as the roads and the
No, I can't play that. Jeez. Stop putting stuff in the links that I can't play, Ball. Anyway, vote for your video. 1, 2, 3, or 4.
7.
You're not counted.
58. No, 42. 42. I'm not going to
42
vote
is not
because
the answer to everything. It's a deception by the man to take us away from the truth.
it is the answer to everything. Well, actually, no. I changed my mind.
You just made a positive claim. Prove it.
I changed my mind. Actually, cheese is the answer to everything.
No, bacon.
No, cheese.
Bacon.
Terry, kick this heathen off this panel right now.
What about bacon and cheese? And I can do. I like bacon and cheese. It's nice.
Well, I can't time you out in here except put you back in the waiting room.
Yeah, 3.
No, I've got a 2 and a 3.
Yeah, I haven't got a clue what 3 is, but I'm saying 3.
Okay.
Is bacon and cheese allowed? They and them? Is that
Nope.
okay?
No.
Just bacon.
Bacon
Look,
is
if
the
you
answer
don't
to
vote between 1 and 4, I'm going to time you out.
That's a lot of you.
We're not allowed to vote.
What? 1, 2, 3, 4. Hike.
Well, I've got to vote for 2. You've got to vote for 3. You've got 2 votes for 3.
Yeah, but Matt's not
Dave
counted.
Canvas
Dane
would
Dem's
say
not
4.
counted. Farmers
Yeah,
Boy's
Dave
not
can.
counted. I've got a 3.
Oh,
Why can't we vote? We don't know what
No,
the
we're
videos
not
are.
allowed. Exactly.
You got three. You got 2 threes then, I think, at least, anyway.
Trust Dave Cannabis to put 420.
Oh, by the way,
I got-
Carl Edwards, Renee, Name, and Mippet. A 69 is no longer called a 69 because due to inflation, the price has went up. It is now a 99.
Well,
Did you get a flake with it?
They and them.
Where'd you put the flake?
They and them. I'll give you a 68, and you can owe me one.
Who's counting the votes in the panel so we can keep track?
Not me.
3's winning so far.
That wasn't part of the contract when I unceremoniously invited myself in here. I didn't agree to do any
What
work.
contract?
I just came in here to cause trouble.
We noticed.
So we got starting from Mippet. We got 2, 3.
Playing devil's advocate as always.
3.
Oh, playing something.
3.
Yeah.
1. Got a 3, 3, and a 1 and a 1. Oh, Trip and Fool said I need to get one of those spinny thingies. Yeah, has anyone got a spinny thingy?
Terry, is that the answer that you wanted?
Between 1 and 4.
I've
I'll
run out
time
of
you out
spinny thingies.
if you don't put a 1, 2, 3, or a 4.
You said you wanted. You said.
Yeah, but you're not counted.
Yeah, but you said it was between 1 and 4, and so I put
Look at all
between.
these people I could time out.
1 and 4.
Between 1
Yellow,
and 4.
no blue.
4 1s, 3 2s, 1 1, and a few others.
I think I've got 3s and a 2. No, that's not counting.
And
I got
tripping forwards 3 3/4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to time you out. Your last warning. Okay, I think 3 1.
I'll just time them out anyway.
Yeah, I think 3 1.
Yeah. 3-1
3-1
Yeah, Terry just
That's
timed
it.
them out anyway.
Silence the truth.
Hey,
That's all you lot do.
have you said anything out in the peanut gallery yet?
Let me do it now.
Oh, you have. Because you'll get timed
Colin
out if you
sealed
do.
it, Terry. Colin sealed it.
What? Yeah, Colin sealed it. No, I thought Colin already voted. You can't vote twice.
Colin.
Yeah, Colin voted twice.
Did he?
Yeah, he's voted 3 further up.
Oh, so we're Brazilian
Oh,
nuts
yeah,
in
he
here,
did,
are we?
didn't
I
he?
didn't realise that. I didn't
See,
know that.
he was right then.
Full
3-1.
Brazilians.
There you go,
Oh.
Terry.
Really?
Yeah.
Censorship is real here. Can I time him out? Oh, he's got a spanner, bugger.
No, I can time him out. Yeah, look. Put him in timeout. Because you missed out last night, though, and then.
No, I was here. You see.
You weren't here last night. You missed out
I was
last
here.
night.
I got timed out last night.
Oh, did you? Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
How do I retract that? I can't retract it, though, and then.
More changing the narratives.
Oh, shit.
To suit your own agendas.
You got to pull the blue lever, Terry.
I got no way of
blue lever.
removing the time.
No, you can't. You can't.
Yeah,
remove
just
time
leave
out,
for
Terry.
5
Oh,
minutes.
bugger. Sorry, they and them.
That's all right. That's all right. That just means that I have authorization now to be something that I can't say on this channel.
A troll.
No.
How about I
nice.
What, you mean you had authorization before?
How about
Roger.
how about I take the spanner off somebody that you choose, and then you can time them out.
Right. I'll tell you what. Right. Once we'll have a little experiment. And Pep, you're not allowed to play because you have the fastest fingers in the West. Terry will remove my spanner. I will do a countdown, and we will see who has the fastest finger, and that person is allowed to make a comment directed at my hypocrisy and idiocy in the chat with total immunity.
But you're timed out just now.
Yes, after
Yeah,
the
you got to come
timeout's
back
over.
when he comes back.
That's not fair. I want to play.
Oh, you got to go to sleep, Roger. Okay.
Mippet says play.
Yeah, Mippet. Nag. Oh, okay, you want to go and get a beer? I need a timeout because I need to grab a beer. Help me out here. Okay, I'll give you a timeout. You asked. Since you asked so nicely. And we'll watch the video. You'll miss out then.
This guy's using Universe Sandbox.
Yes, he does.
Hello, wonderful person. This is Anton, and today we're going to be
I've got
talking
one.
about our
Hello,
beautiful
wonderful person.
And I'll mute the
Hello,
panel.
wonderful.
and its effect on planet Earth. But specifically, we're actually going to answer a question of why exactly is it that our moon is slowly moving away from our planet Earth, and what exactly was happening before as well. Anyway, welcome to What the Math. So in this simulation, you see the moon being completely ripped apart by the tidal forces from our planet Earth, and some of the parts are actually crashing onto the surface. But not surprisingly, a long time ago, specifically about 4.5 billion years ago, the moon was a lot closer to Earth. Well, maybe not this close, but about this close. This is actually quite significantly closer than it is right now. And on top of this, the Earth was actually spinning a lot faster as well. It was actually rotating so fast that a single day on the planet was about 6 hours long. Well, something happened, and now we know that the moon is a lot farther away. The new location of the moon is at a distance of close to about 400,000 kilometers away. And to see a better perspective, here is the actual location of the moon today. So it basically moved this far away in the last 4.5-ish billion years since its creation. Well, something must have moved it there, and that something is the tidal force from our planet Earth. As a matter of fact, both Moon and Earth have tidal interaction with each other, but obviously because Earth is more massive, it causes a lot more effects. But even though I've actually mentioned this several times in previous videos, I never really explained the more specific mechanism behind it. And this mechanism can be actually demonstrated by using a simulation I recently found online that shows you the tidal forces and the interaction of those tidal forces based on the location of the moon and also based on the rotation of our planet Earth. So like I mentioned before, Earth used to spin a lot faster. And today it spins a lot slower. Moon used to be closer and now it's farther away. So there's actually a connection here. Let me demonstrate this to you using the simulation. So what you're seeing right here is actually the bulge that's created by the moon because it's pulling on Earth. It's pulling in such a way that there is a kind of a bulge that forms on the side facing the moon and also on the side opposite Earth. And this bulge is the reason why we actually get tides. And it's a lot more powerful on the equator of Earth right here than it is on the sides here. And it's almost imperceivable in the polar regions. So this is where this bulge occurs right here. And this is actually why the levels of water on Earth used to be much higher on the equator when the Earth was spinning faster. But that's not the entire story. Our Earth also spins, and because of this spin, this bulge actually gets shifted a little bit. As a matter of fact, it gets shifted a little bit to the front of the planet. So instead of facing the moon, it actually kind of precedes it, and we can demonstrate this in the simulation this way. So this is without the rotation. This is as if Earth and Moon were actually currently tidally locked. Or in other words, if the Moon basically was facing the Earth and Earth was facing the Moon all the time. And this might happen one day, but just not yet. And this is with the rotation of Earth. So because Earth rotates, the actual bulge is a little bit in front. But not this much, of course, because this is a bit of an exaggeration, but a little bit in front. And because this bulge is actually right here and not pointing at the center of the moon, there's slightly more gravitational attraction coming to the front of the moon. And because of this, moon gets slightly accelerated every second. And as a matter of fact, every single year the moon moves away by about 3.8 centimeters away from Earth because its speed actually increases due to this precession of the bulge. And likewise, since for every action there's an opposite reaction, the moon in return slows down the rotation of Earth slightly. So, in about 4.5 billion more years, our Earth will actually spin much slower. It's going to increase a day on Earth by about 19 hours. So, due to the pull from the moon that causes it to accelerate, this also slows down the rotation of our Earth. Now, at some point, they might actually reach an equilibrium where both Earth and the moon are actually what's known as tidally locked. In other words, we can try to simulate this here by doing the following. Let's see if this works. And there we go. So at this point, as the moon rotates around Earth, it's always the same face of Earth that points at the moon. And because of this, we call this being tidally locked, and so now there is actually absolutely no tidal interaction between these two objects. They're both kind of stretched a little bit, but there's no actual energy exchange between them, and so they actually stay in the same position pretty much forever. And this is actually what happened on Pluto with its biggest satellite known as Charon. They do have this kind of interaction where they will probably stay in this position for a very long time. With our Earth and Moon, though, it's a little bit different. So the Moon is slowly drifting away from our planet Earth. This is where it used to be. And then in the next few billion years, it's actually going to move farther and farther and farther away until it reaches the location where it is right now at a distance of close to about 400,000 kilometers. Although it's actually closer to approximately 384,000 kilometers. So now hopefully you know why the moon is actually moving away from us, because basically due to the rotation of Earth, the tidal bulge is causing the moon to continuously accelerate. And every single year it moves away from us by about 3.8 centimeters, which is actually very similar to the speed of a growing nail on a human body. So as your nails grow on your fingers, this is how fast the moon is actually moving away from our planet Earth. And hopefully now you know a little bit more about the moon and the Earth and how they affect each other. Now in 5 billion years, our Earth will also experience a very, very unusual environment where our sun is actually going to expand quite dramatically and might end up throwing our moon out of place completely. But that's another story for another day. Anyway, thank you so much for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Come back tomorrow to learn something else. Space out. And as always, bye-bye. And let's see what happens if the Earth explodes and if any of the fragments actually hit our beautiful moon. Oh, wow. That's a little bit more extreme than I imagined. That seems to have destroyed the moon completely.
If the Earth explodes, so the moon.
Yeah.
He's quite funny, this guy.
Anybody got any questions? I didn't say I got any answers. I didn't say I got any answers. I just asked if you had any questions.
Yeah. It's a misconception, and the moon's moving away from us currently at 4 centimeters a year, that it's eventually going to spin off into space. No, it's not going to happen. No. According to scientists, anyway.
It might come back again.
It might. Well, I doubt it. If it does spin off into space, which is not, I don't think it'll come back. Probably end up in the sun, I should imagine.
Ooh, it's going to be Space 1999 all over again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that gets rid of that one. Okay, out of. Oh, okay, we've got some other. We'll get rid of the moon ones first, and then we've got some other videos from. Who else beside Blue's brought one out? I know that. I have to check the latest downloads.
Isaac. He's one about Thrive and Survive.
Isaac did one too.
Okay.
Terry, are we still? Are we going to the peanut gallery?
No, yeah, you go to the peanut gallery now.
All right, I'll wait to work quietly. Oh well, right, Muppet. You're a cheat and a fraud. You didn't wait for the countdown. No. And there will be punishment once I speak to Terry.
Oh, what's the punishment going to be?
Can I watch?
I'm going to allow you to sexually harass him, spaceman. And he has to agree to all your requests.
I'm a man of simple pleasures, trust me.
Yeah, well, Mippet, you're not allowed to time someone out now tonight. You've done your time out for the night.
So many comments I could make about that, Spaceman.
I know, it is. It's very wide open for comments, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, actually,
Mippet,
Mippet should have her spanner taken off her because she was the first one to get they and them, and then somebody can see if they can time Mippet out the fastest.
And I think Pep should be allowed to play in this round as well.
Oh, that means Pip's next.
Hey, Mippet. Put your hand up, Mippet, if you agree. To get timed out. I mean, I'll take your spanner, and then see who times you out. They lose their spanner, and so on. And while you're doing that, you've got to pick a number between 1 and 3 as well.
But you need to do a countdown, and people stop cheating on these bloody tests. Let the countdown reach 0 before you time people out.
How do they cheat by doing that?
By doing it early. Everybody has to have the same opportunity. It should be done fairly.
I got a 3 and a 3 and a 2
And a 3.
or £2 punishment. Is the 2 for your vote, Renee, or 1? I've got a 1. So I count from where I put my name in. So I count from there down.
Put 1.
So I take 3. So Carl's a 3. Mippet's a 3.
Carl
1 for
Edwards
Colin.
was timed out by Carl Edwards for 300 seconds.
And hey, they and them, I didn't get to put your spanner back.
Oh, it's the
Shit.
wrong one.
So they and them. I'm sorry. I was gonna give you your spanner, and somebody timed you out. I was just
That was
about.
me, I was going
I know. I was supposed to do it. Oh, sorry, they and them. That wasn't my fault.
I knew Pep didn't love me. I knew she was lying to me.
I was going for Mippet. I missed. Sorry. I got Mippet as well.
Oh, she got 2 with 1. Look.
Well, that means Pippet's gets a spanner taken away next. But
Right,
you're
I'm
in
getting
the.
dressed. I'm going to take my mouth out in a minute. I had to actually load up YouTube. I wasn't even on it.
What happened to the rule that you were allowed to time somebody out 3 times in a row, and then that was it? If you did it any more, then you get timed out yourself, or you get your spanner taken away from you.
That's
Isn't
under
that the original
normal.
rule?
I think that's under normal situations, isn't it?
Oh, right. Is
Yeah, I think this is just because this is just a piss take. It's a different set of commandments we have to follow.
Yeah, that's under the normal rules when somebody's in the peanut gallery and people time people out and gets all out of hand. So I've got a 1.
That's Peter's problem, though. It never gets out of his hand.
I haven't got a 2.
That's true.
I haven't got a 2 yet. Oh,
Really?
1. Well,
I don't have my spanner anymore, Peter, so you're just going to have to take the abuse this way.
You'll get your spanner back as long as someone doesn't whack you before I give it to you.
Oh, really? Really?
Right, well, if that's not a challenge for the peanut gallery, I don't know what is.
Okay, off you go, and I'm going to get ready to give you your spanner back straight away. And we're doing video 1. Because it looks like 1.
Remove user.
Renee and me don't tempt fate.
Hide user from this channel.
Okay,
that's
Peanut
the one I want to push.
Mute panel from Peanut. gallery. Here, go. There you go.
I'm currently cooking bacon.
Yes, Carl, I know. I just unmuted.
That's nothing to be proud of. That is a necessity of life.
Okay.
Yep.
From my name down, vote 1 or 2.
Now, the only question is, are you cooking bacon or Canadian ham?
It's most definitely bacon. It's most definitely not Canadian ham.
We don't get Canadian ham.
Dial 000.
No.
You can get it in Northern Ireland.
Can you? Oh, well, I don't have any.
Got 2, 2, 33 and a fourth. What?
And the other thing you can get in Northern Ireland that you
Four,
can't get over
no,
in
4, Dave, you dodo.
proper beef sausages.
Only 1 or 2.
Oh, I do like the beef sausages in my local butcher.
Oh no, the big one. I'm talking about the big ones that you get at the deli counters in.
Okay, I got 2 2s and a 1 and a 2. Okay, 2 wins.
What the hell shop was it? No.
Okay.
Spar, in the Spar delis.
No.
That they cook for breakfast. They're about an inch and a half thick, and about 12 inches long.
Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and in this video we're going to be talking about our beautiful neighbor, the moon. We're going to discuss the magnetosphere that once existed on the moon and what scientists have recently discovered in regards to its unfortunate demise. Let's talk about this and welcome to What the Math. So when it comes to magnetosphere around our planet, we think today that it's one of the main reasons why not only is our planet habitable and actually has liquid water on the surface, while obviously possessing a lot of other features that allow life here to exist, but also this is one of the main reasons we think objects like Mars look the way they do. In other words, one of the reasons why Mars no longer has water and is technically not habitable anymore, at least by our earthly standards, is actually the loss of magnetosphere. Now, we've already been able to explain how Mars lost its magnetosphere, but for many years now, scientists knew that once upon a time our moon also had really strong magnetosphere. So strong, as a matter of fact, that if we were to compare it to the magnetosphere of Earth today, it seems to have been at least twice stronger. And the scientists are not entirely certain how it suddenly disappeared and when this actually happened. And furthermore, we're not even certain if the moon actually possessed something else on the surface when it did have a magnetosphere, such as, for example, some sort of a rudimentary atmosphere and potentially certain places where liquid water could exist. But at least one recent paper that came out not so long ago was able to finally establish when we believe the moon lost its magnetosphere, and most importantly, what caused the magnetosphere to exist to begin with, and then what caused the magnetosphere to kind of disappear with time. All of this is actually based on a relatively brilliant analysis of the lunar regolith, or essentially moon rocks, that were brought to us from various Apollo missions that happened over the years. And most of these rocks were unfortunately a little bit too old, but in those rocks we were able to establish that once upon a time moon had really strong magnetosphere. Essentially by looking at those rocks and by measuring how various metallic samples settled inside the rock when the magnetosphere was present, the scientists were able to establish that approximately 4.2 billion years ago, when the moon was recently created, the strength of a magnetosphere was about 100 microtesla. Whereas if you were to do the same analysis with a typical rock here on planet Earth today, you would discover that the magnetosphere is about 50 microtesla, so approximately half as much. In other words, back then the moon seems to have had twice the magnetosphere strength of what we have on Earth today, and this was not in any way caused by the Earth's magnetosphere, it was actually the magnetosphere present on the moon itself. But we also know that moon today, just like Mars, has no magnetosphere at all. So something happened in between that caused the moon to lose everything that it used to have, turning it basically into barren rock that it is. And to try to understand what may have happened, we need to understand how moon was created and where moon was positioned early in its existence. And so here, only a few 100 million years after the collision of so-called Theia with planet Earth, We believe that this is when the moon started to be kind of formed around the planet in the region that was very likely somewhat similar to the rings of Saturn. So basically we think that the moon kind of solidified from this ring that used to be present here after the collision. And following this, after a few 100 million years, the moon was already a single object, but it was still orbiting much closer to Earth than it is today. As a matter of fact, the distance at some point was very similar to the distance where we have our GPS satellites today. And because of this proximity, both the moon and the Earth had a lot of gravitational effects on each other. Now obviously for Earth, just like today, it caused very high tidal effects, a lot of gravitational disturbances, possibly a lot of volcanism was caused by this as well, and of course a lot of earthquakes. But the moon also experienced very similar effects, even though it was already very likely tidally locked. And because of these gravitational effects that were caused by being so close to planet Earth, we believe that the internal structure of the moon was much more active and very likely completely molten and also dynamic compared to what it is today. In other words, it resembled something similar to what Earth looks like today, with a lot of activity on the inside and a lot of interactions between various layers that then end up causing what we call magnetosphere today. And so this proximity to Earth allowed the moon to have a relatively strong magnetosphere for at least a couple of billion years. But then eventually, as the moon moved away from Earth, as it actually is doing today, it's technically slowly moving away from Earth even today, the effects from Earth started to diminish, and this actually prevented the moon from maintaining the very powerful magnetosphere that it used to have, simply because the gravitational effects from our planet were not significant enough to maintain the field itself. So approximately 2.5 billion years ago, the inner part of the moon started to crystallize and slowly solidified, becoming what it is today, which is when the moon officially kind of lost its magnetosphere. But all of this was kind of a speculation until very recently, and one of the reasons we actually now believe this is kind of what happened is because some of the lunar rocks we brought from the Apollo missions turned out to be much younger than the other rocks. As a matter of fact, most of the rocks we brought were about 4.2, 4.3 billion years old, and they did show that the magnetosphere back then was much stronger. But then turns out that some of the rocks we've collected were actually from the period when the moon experienced a relatively large collision that melted a lot of the material on the surface. And in a sense, this reset the clock for some of the samples that were collected, and so when the scientists measured the age of the sample, they realized that the rocks they were measuring were only about 1 billion years old, which allowed the scientists studying these rocks to create a timeline for how the magnetosphere changed over several billion years. They discovered that approximately 2.5 billion years ago, that's when the magnetosphere started falling dramatically. It actually decreased to about 10 microtesla, meaning that it decreased by about 10 times from the original value. And then, about 1 billion years ago, it was already as low as 0.1 microtesla, meaning that it was basically almost completely non-existent. Which of course allowed the scientists to now present a very strong argument for not only how the magnetosphere changed, but also why. And the biggest explanation here is of course the distance from planet Earth. As the moon moved away farther and farther away from Earth, so did the effects from Earth change dramatically, making the moon a lot less likely to be able to maintain the magnetosphere and essentially turning it into what it is today. And just to make sure and confirm their results, the scientists actually conducted a relatively simple and somewhat realistic experiment here on planet Earth. They took some of these samples and they heated them up to the point where the rocks would start experiencing conditions very similar to what it would be like if there was a sudden meteorite strike, or essentially if the rock suddenly melted. And then they decided to see what happens to these rocks once they solidified, just to see if the values that they would get would actually be similar to values on what we have here on Earth today. And just as you would expect, the results they got from this experiment confirmed that these samples were very accurate, and essentially what they were able to create in the lab was a very realistic way of measuring the magnetosphere, because even after erasing the magnetic record from the exposed rocks, the artificially created magnetosphere allowed the rocks to solidify in the same way that they did back then when the moon had magnetosphere. In other words, this confirmed that all of the Apollo rocks are very accurate in helping us determine what the magnetosphere was like back then when the moon was created. Now, we're still not entirely clear on how the moon influenced the Earth's magnetosphere and also how it may have changed back then, but we're also not entirely sure what other effects Earth had on the moon to begin with. The early interaction between Earth and the moon is still a bit of a mystery, and studying it and also understanding it will one day help us figure out why exactly is it that Earth is so different from other planets around, and what exactly should we be looking for out there in outer space if we wanted to find another planet similar to Earth, possibly with life, or possibly a planet for us to one day settle on. Because as Mars shows us, sometimes some of the planets, even if they're in the habitable zone and have relatively big size and possibly even other materials that should technically make it habitable, don't really live to be habitable planets. They don't end up being anything that we would want to settle one day. So hopefully by studying the moon in more detail, we'll be able to figure out what made Earth so special. But until we find out more, that's really it. Thank you for watching, subscribe if you still haven't, share this with someone who loves learning about space and sciences, and maybe consider supporting this channel on Patreon because it does help me quite a lot. I'll see you tomorrow, come back tomorrow to learn something else, space out, and as always, bye bye.
We're back. Now the last one we got is just Birth of the Moon again, but this one's done by a different.
You spoke all over the part about the magnosphere and that and why it's important to have one.
Oh, I didn't do that. It wasn't me.
Yeah. That's why Mars and the Moon and that don't have an atmosphere.
Yeah, that would have been interesting to have heard that bit.
It would, yeah.
Did you hear it, Matt, or we have to replay it?
No, I already knew.
But... Okay, well, can you explain it again, just for the novelty of it, then?
Well, I would, but who am I competing with?
I don't know. Somebody. Casual.
Casual.
What?
Was that you?
I think it might be coming through Discord, Terry.
What's what coming through me? What? I missed what you said.
I don't know. It's just someone playing.
We could hear a video playing.
Oh, it might be me actually. My stepson's here and he's got his phone on, listening to a video. Sorry.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I guess
we'll
right.
Cash and Casual can explain it.
Okay, off you go, Casual.
Casual.
Casual?
Explain what? What?
Why we need a magnosphere.
Well, we don't have a magnosphere. We won't have an atmosphere. Well, one of the reasons why we wouldn't have an atmosphere.
But why not?
Oh, I don't know.
Maybe could I make a suggestion for the same reason that Mars doesn't have an atmosphere?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Why
well,
not?
It does have an atmosphere, but it's quite thin. It's very, very thin.
What, so Mars hasn't got a magnosphere?
Yeah, so what happened with Mars, and please correct me anyone while I say this. So a long time ago in a galaxy far... No, wrong story, sorry.
That's a different movie.
A long time ago, just like he said about the moon, so internal mantle moving around, it crystallized and froze up. That happened to Mars. Now, before that happened to Mars, and it had a molten core spinning, this created the magnosphere around Mars. Now, the magnosphere itself, the same as on Earth, protects us from a lot of the UV radiation and the cosmic rays and all of that other stuff. And when it froze up on Mars, it still had the atmosphere. However, because of all these additional radiation was hitting Mars, like the UV and the gamma rays and the cosmic rays and all the other rays from space, the solar winds included started stripping the atmosphere off into space.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ball brought up another part of it too that I was always thinking because of gravity also what affects how much atmosphere a planet can have.
Yeah, also true. But it's what actually it's the thing that, as Terry, Peter was saying, it's the thing that protects the atmosphere.
Yeah, it produces this electromagnetic shield, basically.
It's a force shield.
Yeah, basically. There's a real.
So Mars does have an atmosphere, but it's pretty thin. It's very, very thin. For example, you could have 200 mile an hour a storm on Mars, but you could stand up in it and not any problem whatsoever, because it's it's just very low pressure.
This is one of the whole reasons, Terry, where you've heard about them going to Mars and terraforming it and bringing the atmosphere back. Yeah, well, no, they can't.
Yeah, not so easy. So easy, no.
Even if they, like, some of the plans is to flood Mars with carbon dioxide, and by the process of greenhouse gassing, it would heat up Mars, which would melt the ice that's trapped within the core of Mars, and when that melts, it would make oceans, which would make breathable air. But the problem is, once again, the solar winds and all the radiation, and that's just going to strip that atmosphere away. So as soon as you're making it, it's going to be stripped away. So unless they work out some magical tunneling nuclear bomb that goes all the way down to the core of Mars and kickstart the core turning again, it's a futile attempt. It's only going to last for a couple of 100 years until that gets to a point of all the atmosphere is gone again.
Peter, you're just citing the bloody script from Total Recall with Arnie.
No, the other one, that movie, The Call, actually.
Well, all good. What do you call it? All good science fictions are based very loosely on facts.
Yeah.
No, the movie Core, they went to the middle of the Earth and got the core, mantle running again.
Kickstarted it again, yeah.
Yep.
But why? Right. So why did they keep calling the substance they made the ship out unobtainium if they actually managed to obtain some of the material?
Unobtainium.
Well, they obtained it, so it was obtainable.
Yeah. So how the hell is it unobtainium anymore? They need to change the name.
What they have to do though, in them is actually have to get Chinesium and put Chinesium through a process.
That's racist, Peter.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
It is. I'm putting on my offended hat to everything you've got to say today.
I can cite 6 different YouTube channels that can provide evidence that Chinesium is a product that exists.
And I can cite Travis as proof of the flat Earth. It doesn't make it real.
Well, I was going to say that would make you wrong, though.
No, it wouldn't. It'd make me so wrong that it's not even wrong.
Is that possible?
That's
yes.
right.
Yes.
That somebody's so wrong they're no longer wrong.
Yeah, because they're talking about something completely different.
Yeah.
And now for
Something completely different.
Yeah, back to the moon.
Back to the moon.
Never going to happen.
Back to the moon. I'd like to go to the moon, let alone back to the moon.
Fly me to the moon. Got a ticket to the moon. Oh, we're getting ahead of myself.
Yes, Madby.
Can you put it on push to talk?
Who, me? Oh, damn, sorry.
Yeah.
I can still hear my stepson.
Yeah.
He's a wonderful lad. His phone's very noisy.
Yeah. It's very loud. Is he deaf?
He just got a good stereo.
No, it's on his phone.
Hasn't he got headphones?
Well, he did have his phone on, but now he's got YouTube on the TV now. So.
Oh right.
That's why it was so loud.
Oh,
he listens to these gamer YouTubers that shout and scream. I have no idea why they shout and scream.
Is his name Nathan Oakley?
Casual's too cheap to buy him a good set of headphones.
Yeah.
I've asked many times, Peter. Many times. That's another subject. Don't go there.
You know,
Yeah,
you
there
know
is
how
an
to.
off switch.
You know how to get a kid to want something. You got to tell them they can't have it.
Well, the thing is, right? He's 23 years of age, but 24.
He's listening to you.
He's not a kid anymore.
You just told me off. 24.
Yeah, he's definitely not a child.
Tell him not to count them too quick.
Casual, tell him that I said to get a set of headphones because I can hear you through my stream.
Right,
I can hear you
I'm only
all the
passing
way.
on a message, Dale, but they've just told me to say to you.
No, not they, me. Say me.
I can hear you all the way in Australia.
Oh, sorry. Terry Davies, who lives in Australia, he says he can hear you all the way from there. So get a pair of headphones.
Yeah, if he doesn't buy a set of headphones, he'll send Nathan Oakley at you.
Yeah.
But mad. That's no.
That's not a threat. That's like yeah, and
yeah, to shout at him.
Can you read the peanut gallery? Because I asked a question.
Yes, press play. Please play. Yes, play Terry.
Yeah.
Please play Terry.
I'm sharing.
John
sharing.
Stocks plays. John
there you
Stocks
go.
gives you the symbol.
Okay, here we go. I'll mute you guys.
Eroded by wind.
Talk in the peanut gallery can hear us. I can't play the music.
Okay.
Well,
yeah,
I can't talk for long though, Terry. I keep coughing.
Well, I can mute. You want me to mute for a minute?
No, I'm muting myself, but I just don't want to cough all over your stream, and I know Pip will get upset if I do.
So what racist? So what was racist things was Spurs saying talking about this time?
You can't say them here, casual. You'll get
to the mysterious.
A general synopsis will suffice. I don't need the exact words.
Someone just put a chat. I think it was Boggs put the thing in the chat. He actually took a print. Sorry, he took a screenshot. It says this channel has been for hate speech. That was
Oh, his whole channel has been demonetized, is it?
Well, no, it's just took off. That actual video has been took down.
Oh, that video. All right. I thought you were going to say his channel. That's a shame.
Something to do with 9/11.
Oh, yeah.
That's what his channel's called. Yeah, his channel is something to do with 9/11 versus 1 something. But it just said it had been took down for hate speech. Hate speech.
Hate speech, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there's that fake moon. There's that fake moon landing again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they saw that as the wind blowing it. I'd like to see someone try to stab a flag into the ground without it moving.
I don't know anything about vibrations.
But the thing is, then there's a whole load of other video clips of the flag not moving.
Yes.
Lots of times when the flag is not.
But the reason it's flopping like that is because they got a piece of stiff wire in the top of it.
Yeah, and all it is, it flops about when they let go of it, and then that's it. It stops.
It stops.
But then, of course, But of course, these moon deniers, take this 3 seconds of where it's moving because it's flopping about, and they go, "Oh, look, it's the wind."
And they don't understand
They've never heard of vibration.
No.
They don't understand that the fact that they have to have it on a stiff bit of wire supporting it upright because there is no wind. Otherwise, it would just flop straight down.
There's nothing there to hold it up.
Yeah, it just flops straight down.
Yeah, the amount of gravity.
They are brilliant at debunking themselves, aren't they?
Yeah.
It was actually it was the astronauts that because originally the boffins designed the flag so that it would actually stand completely straight and flat.
Yeah.
And it was the astronauts that said, no, that doesn't look unrealistic. Shorten the crossbar a little bit and make it look crumpled, so it looks like it's got some sort of like 3D kind of like movement effect kind of thing.
Otherwise, it would have just looked like a sign.
Yeah, exactly. It would just look like a piece of exactly a sign. Yeah. Flat piece of material.
Did we get the moon rock documents to look at after this? Did we find them?
I think they're in Discord, Terry.
Okay.
Documents, all right.
Yeah, they're all sealed in a compartment.
Yeah, I just want to see some pictures of them and maybe a little bit of an article to do with what they did do with them or did with them.
Pips dropped 2 links in Discord for you, Terry.
I think that'll be rounded up for the moon once we get to the rocks.
Yeah. They're all sealed on the moon so they didn't get contaminated by any atmosphere.
But some of them did.
Probably.
I read a breakup of what the stuff that was in them contains. It even had oxygen. They said there was actually oxygen in the moon rock, a small percentage.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, Terry, the thing is, and you look at it from this point of view, that if there was a piece of iron on the moon, and there was a random floating piece of oxygen out there, and it just happened to bump into that chunk of iron, that chunk of iron's going to rust. And that rust is iron oxide. So it's still got oxygen, even though it's in an unusable form, being in iron oxide. That moon's upside down.
That's not.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
That's not.
Yes, the moon is mostly made up of oxygen.
I think we're outvoted, Peter, because it's only you and me here.
Hey, Terry, it's all right. I'll just do that whole magnets thing. And which way does the North Pole of a magnet point? So if the North Pole's the top of the world, and the North Pole of the compass points towards the South Pole, which is up in the Arctic, that makes the Antarctic the North Pole, doesn't it, Terry? Which makes us the top of the world.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Which means the moon's upside down.
Yeah, because there's no up or down in space, but because we're on this side of the hemisphere, and the North Pole and South Pole do flip now and again, so we don't know where it started. We don't know if we started the North Pole, or the South Pole was the North Pole first. We don't know.
You sound like a motorboat. You sound like a motorboat.
Leave your butt out of this, casual.
It's very large, I must admit. My butt.
Yeah, twice
There's
the man
more
that
land. There's more land mass in the northern hemisphere. So there.
Well, if there's more land mass in the northern hemisphere, wouldn't that stand to reason that would weigh that section down? So that would make it. That would make it the bottom. So that means, once again, thanks for proving our point there, Casual.
Yeah.
We are the
I'll
top.
tell you what we could do. Well, I'll tell you what we could do. We could compromise, because seeing as there's no up or down in space, we could flip the whole the whole thing on its side, and then the top could be somewhere around the equator that's rotating.
Well, actually, if you were to use the sun's orientation as a point of reference, at this point in time, we are at top.
Yeah.
So you have to wait another.
Flip the whole solar system on its side.
No, you have to wait another 22 years before it's your turn on top again.
Yeah, we could do it that way.
Oh dear.
What's he doing? Metal detecting?
Yeah, he's looking for traces of Roman archaeology.
I thought he's looking for pieces of the Grand Canyon.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
We've seen this footage before.
We saw this earlier on. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of these creators that keeps taking bits from NASA. What a funny thing to do. Who would do that?
Yeah. And there they go.
Oh, that'd be great if you get Murray Walker commenting on that. That'd be fantastic, wouldn't it? That'd be awesome.
And surely now he can only win. No, Murray, don't say that. And seconds after he said that, Mansell ran out of petrol.
Yeah. Every time Murray said it, someone would crash.
I don't think he's ever got over that. I don't think nobody's let that go, have they? For about
they used to send people up to the commentary box near the end of the race and sort of say, "Please don't make any comments."
Don't make any predictions. No, please don't until it's happened.
If somebody was winning, a member of that team would go up to the commentary box and say, "Don't say it.
Don't say it. Don't say it."
And surely he can't be caught now.
Chug.
You missed that a few seconds ago. I seen me rock. Oh, that's fake.
You don't say.
I did say.
You did, didn't you? Well done, Sherlock.
Wasn't that a vampire in Underworld? Kate Watson.
Oh, bang.
Boom.
Something crashed into something.
Yeah, Thea.
Hitting the earth.
Yeah.
In the very early Earth, yeah.
Yeah, very early.
So where does it say that in the Bible?
Well, you could make out that that was Adam and Eve, and they gave birth to the moon.
Oh, is that what the Big Bang actually was?
Yeah.
Adam and Eve.
Yeah, Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve was the Big Bang.
Did the Earth move for you? Yeah, I thought it did. Yeah, I felt something.
Don't eat that apple. Don't eat it. Don't. Too late.
Of course, what nobody the question that nobody asks is, if the first two people on Earth were Adam and Eve, and they had kids, how did their kids have kids?
Yeah, incest.
Mike.
Even if you take it to the next level, there, farmer's boy, think about this one.
Yeah.
So Moses grabbed his wife and his couple of sons and a couple of wives for them, threw them on a boat with all these animals,
That was
Float-
Noah. That was Noah.
Yeah, well, Noah, I knew what I meant. I'm sick, Terry. I'm dying. I'm dying here. My brain's not even working.
Some mythical character from the Bible.
So some greybeard that lived a long time.
Who cares? Who cares who it was?
Yeah, some greybeard. He took his wife and his couple of sons and their couple of wives, flooded the earth, killed everyone.
And then repopulated it.
Now think about this. So we're all directly related with incest, are we?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh
Have to
God,
be.
no.
If the Bible is literally true, which of course it should be, because how you can't cherry pick from something like the Bible, surely.
Are you
supposed to be
suggesting
truth.
somehow?
It's supposed to be truth.
Are you suggesting?
I disagree with that.
Are you suggesting somehow that Nathan Thompson is my brother? Ooh.
So my question, my follow-on question to that is, does that mean every single race comes from 4 different sexually active couples? And if that's the case, how come there's such a difference between Chinese and the Asians, should I say, compared to the Caucasians, compared to the African descents, and then the Aboriginal and Polynesians? They're all so
and only
different.
3,000 years.
Yeah, and so doesn't hang on? Doesn't that support that other E word that he doesn't like?
Yes, but you're forgetting something. Like Kiri's pointed out on in the chat. If there were sheep on the ark, that means there were at least Welshmen and Australians on it as well.
That's New Zealand.
There must be some Kiwis as well. Yeah, it's Kiwis.
New Zealand.
Anyway, hi Kira. Kiri.
It's all right. It's early in the morning. You can call it whatever you want now.
Yeah, she's probably just about to have her first coffee.
Are you suggesting that Kiri's only just got up? Shocking.
Should I be reading the
I don't know.
Google Translate for you?
This is
Aristarchus.
Nah.
Aristarchus Plateau. Just
Central peak rising 2 kilometres above the crater floor may be material. Oh shit! I can't read that quick. Out by the impact.
Yeah, no.
The same is true for the 120-metre wide boulder that sits on the summit. Around it and on it, scientists see evidence of rock that was melted in the heat of the impact itself.
It's still got music playing, Terry?
Probably.
Bloody. How rude of them.
Gravitational drag from the moon slows Earth's rotation by 2.3 milliseconds per century, while causing the moon to drift away at a rate of 3.8 centimeters per year.
Oh. Didn't you just say that that's not right before casual or something?
Oh, he said 4.
Oh, see, that's not right. It's all right.
So he was right.
So,
4 isn't right.
So 4 isn't right. It's 3.8.
Yeah.
Cool.
I think that the root of this intimate relationship between the Earth.
Oh, was I 0.2 of a centimetre out? Was I?
Yeah, you were quite accurate.
So, however, the giant impact theory is not universally accepted. For one thing, there's the issue of water.
Yeah.
The dryness of the moon is consistent with the giant impact theory, which predicts that water and other volatile compounds would have evaporated out of the lunar debris cloud. But the moon may not be so dry after all. In 1998, the unmanned Lunar Prospector began an ambitious mission to map the lunar surface with an instrument called a gamma-ray spectrometer. The data showed that hydrogen is spread widely across the poles of the moon. If it's from ice, millions of tons of water could be embedded in the soil there. It turns out there are places where water can exist on the moon where the sun never shines. Polar
particularly
craters,
the craters.
forever in shadow, could shelter significant quantities of ice against solar.
Yeah, there's the same reason why there's ice in some craters on Mercury, because it doesn't get hot enough and the sun's never hit it.
So one of you highly intellectual people, answer me this question, because I once heard these intellects from some particular space place said that the best thing about finding water on the moon is that it instantly becomes an effective and efficient fuel. So they're talking about melting the ice, then splitting the molecule of water from water into hydrogen and oxygen. However, the issue that I see here is that the amount of energy needed to actually melt the ice and then split the molecules into water will far exceed the amount of energy that they'll ever take out of that sun, or out of the combining the two back together again.
Yeah, but that's the same with all current fuels as well.
Yeah, so all I'm saying is, because the only way they're going to be able to do it up on the moon would be, for starters, they'll have to move the ice into a sunlight, and then they'll have to use some type of, most likely, solar panel array using electrolysis to separate the water molecule into hydrogen and oxygen. Now, the amount of energy that you have to put into the ice to make that happen, in comparison to the amount of energy that you get out of it, will never be equal. It's not an effective way of doing it.
No, but yes, but even fossil fuels it's not effective from an energy standpoint as well.
No.
So
it's not so they're trying to make it more or less efficient. It gives you two advantages. You can produce oxygen. Okay, so you don't have to keep taking oxygen supplies. There's a possibility then of fueling a rocket that can go from the moon. So you haven't got to carry the fuel up there. So you can go from the moon, you can go much greater distances, so much more fuel efficiency. Those different things. It's kind of more essential, if you know what I mean. If you catch my drift.
The only real advantage would be the oxygen. From a point of view of if you have the solar array there, it would be more energy efficient to use that as your energy source for running your
producing your oxygen.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
Again, it's one of the reasons why hydrogen cars haven't taken off down here. But again, if let's say we didn't actually have cars today and we didn't have the internal combustion engine, given the state of health and safety now, do you think the idea of a car would be approved today from a health and safety standpoint? Yeah, we're going to make this thing that has continuous explosions on the inside that's running at a couple of 100 degrees to propel us down the road.
Yeah, not very efficient.
No.
I believe, Kiri Mac, that Peter and Pete said that oxygen didn't exist and that air was an element.
Yeah, that's right. Peter and Pete. That was a laugh, that one.
I mean, that's got to be a piss take YouTube channel, surely. I mean,
no,
can't be serious.
They are genuine.
Well, what about when our favourite intellectual genius turned around and tried to say that carbon dioxide wasn't a gas?
Oh, yeah. But, I'd successfully blocked that from my memory. Thanks.
Oh, that's all right.
Was it the same person? Was it the person that said carbon dioxide is made of two elements, carbon and dioxide?
That's the one.
Yes.
That's the one. Yeah.
But it's not a gas.
Retard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think they are retarded. I think it's just a complete lack of understanding
Yeah, I think that's
and
true as
denial.
well.
I think it's. I am not a snowflake. I don't get offended by the word retard and stuff if it's used in the correct context. I think it's stuff that is thrown around poorly at the moment, which is part of the reason why it's so hard for people to actually listen when they join panels and stuff, is because they automatically put up a block and stuff because of the way they're treated by some people.
Lots and lots of willful ignorance, as I like to call it.
No, that's what I mean. It is pure willful ignorance that a lot of these people who join panels don't want to listen. They are here for an argument. A lot of them are here just as pose. Yeah. But I think it's something that we should try to keep in mind when we're talking with them.
Oh, excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you.
I hope you didn't block it in, because it's worse if you block a sneeze.
I hope it's not left on your keyboard.
No, my keyboard's
Yeah.
to the
Wipe
left.
your screen now.
I got a bogey. It's coming straight at me.
That's like something out of Red Dwarf, isn't it? Swirly thing alert, swirly thing alert. Are you sure it's not another one of your sneezes?
What is it? It's what was the parody movie of Top Gun with Charlie Sheen?
Ozzie Globehead.
Hot Shots.
Hot Shots, that's it.
Hot Shots.
Yeah, remember when he had the Coke bottle thick lenses on his glasses? And
washout.
Yeah, washout. And he sneezed at the screen.
That's it. Yeah. Oh,
they're
everywhere!
I don't know.
I don't know.
Put a sock in it.
Don't want that one.
I want that one.
Want that one?
We'll finish off the moon with 3 moons facts.
I want that one.
The moon
Don't
fact,
want that one.
blood
Don't
moon,
want that one.
and
Don't want that one. Don't like it.
blue moon. We don't need to. We don't need the blood moon one.
Don't like it. Don't want it. Don't want that one.
What is the harvest moon? The harvest moon facts and folklore. Oh, okay.
Well, that's when you eat it. That's when all the cheese is ripe and you can eat it. That's what it's called, the harvest moon.
No, we did cheese last week.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've already had the correct on cheese. Don't go there again.
In 2019, the harvest moon rises on the night of the Friday the 13th. But what is the harvest moon and why is it so special? Learn more and shine on harvest moon. This year, the brilliant harvest moon will appear on the night of Friday, September the 13th, reaching its peak fullness at 12:33 a.m. Eastern on the 14th. So keep an eye out on Friday the 13th, not for witches or black cats, but for the shining harvest moon. One thing that sets the harvest moon apart from the full moon names is that it's not associated with a specific month, as the others are. Instead, the harvest moon relates to the timing of the autumnal equinox, September the 22nd or 23rd, with the full moon that occurs nearest to the equinox being the one to take on the name harvest moon. This means that the harvest moon can occur in either September or October, depending on how the lunar cycle lines up with the Gregorian calendar.
I don't like it.
I think I did pretty well reading that, considering you were saying that.
I don't like it.
I don't like it.
Your participation badge is in the post, casual.
Don't like
What was that? Sorry, what was that, Ian?
Your participation badge is in the post.
Okay.
I'll tell you what, harvest is well over by the time you get to September. Bloody hell.
Just
It is over here in the UK anyway.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Well, they start in July.
Depends on what crops you're putting in.
For several evenings, the moonrise comes soon after sunset. The result is an abundant bright moonlight early in the morning. Oh, right, okay.
Computer
harvest
says
moons
no.
does typically occur in September, taking the place of the full corn moon. However, it occasionally lands on October instead, replacing the full hunter's moon.
Well, that's
so why
too
is it
late.
called the harvest moon? Yeah.
Most of our corn is bloody cropped and in the bins by bloody mid-July.
So why is it called the harvest moon? For several evenings, the moonrise comes soon after the sunset. This results in an abundance of bright moonlight early in the evening, which is the traditional aid to farmers and crews harvesting their summer grow crops. Hence, it's called the harvest moon.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah. So in essence, instead of only having X amount of hours of sunlight, because the moon comes up as the sun's setting, you actually end up having a period of time that's longer with light enough to work.
Yeah, that's weird because when I was younger, I remember the crops used to be done sort of like end of August, early September. But now they're actually ploughed fields in.
Oh, don't start, Stingray.
What's Stingray?
Farmers take advantage of the cold moonlight.
Yes, they do. They what they do is they put all of their stuff in a big pile and let the moonlight hit it, and that way they don't have to load it straight into the refrigeration trucks.
There's actually a very good reason why you generally don't get the combine out and harvest at night, because the dew's starting to fall and the corn will be wet, and the last thing you do is store wet corn.
No, they don't store wet corn. They got to put it through a dryer, which costs them more money, which loses their money.
There is that too. That's why you don't harvest your wheat till it's down to about 13% moisture.
And if they're driving their harvesters around at night time, they seem to have an abundance of rabbits getting caught in the harvester. So
that makes a mess.
So the corn becomes high protein corn. However, washing out everything afterwards is quite messy.
Yeah, and you're forgetting, if they don't drive around their combines at night, how do they get dates?
Exactly.
Uh,
How do they get what?
Yeah, there'd be nothing worse
a
than
woman
getting
to work with them. They have to drive their combines around at night.
Yeah, there'd be nothing worse than getting hair in your corn.
Yeah. But they do sometimes if it's, a nice night and there's no moisture in the air.
They'll go into the evening if it's dry, but certainly once it gets dark, the dew is generally starting to settle, and it's a no-no.
Well, it can do. It depends on the precipitation of the,
Yeah.
And by that time you're knackered anyway, and you don't want to keep working. There's always tomorrow.
I've been out to 2 o'clock in the morning bringing in crops.
Excuse me, just for a moment, Carl. Can you drop that link in Fair Suck for me? I'm sure Terry would love to play it.
Oh, Lemon Bird and Arwen. Oh my God.
Don't want that one. Don't want that one. Don't want that one. Don't like it.
Don't like it.
I'm having it.
No, it's all right. It's all right, Carl. Chemo's already dropped it in here. Good on you, Chemo.
Chemo put it in here half an hour ago, unbeknownst.
Two voices that make you cringe: Chemo and Lemon Bird at the same time. Yeah. Oh,
don't like that one.
Lemon Birds are all right.
Don't like it.
I got to get Lemon Bird in. I thought I invited him, but I must have forgot.
Lemon Bird is just. I'm not.
Don't have Lemon Bird on. He'll just ruin it.
There you go, Terry.
Kill the leopard.
Casual.
Yes.
Are you reading?
No, but I can do if you wish.
You're supposed to say your wish.
It's streaming now.
Oh, we're not
your
gonna,
wish is my command.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
What makes the harvest moon different from other moons, other full moons, I should say? There are just a little over 12 complete moon cycles every year. On average, there being about 29.53 days in the synodic month. The harvest moon isn't like the other moons. Usually, throughout the year, the moon rises an average of about 50 minutes later each day. But near the autumnal equinox, the difference is only 30 minutes. Additionally, the full harvest moon rises at sunset and then will rise very near sunset for several nights in a row because the difference is at a yearly minimum. it may almost seem as if there are full moons multiple nights in a row.
Wait a minute. If it's rising quicker, doesn't that agree with the increased speed that's needed for the flat Earth?
Flat Earth proved.
Yeah, like M-Ball, as if everybody's going to know who the hell Oakley is. Oh, what a numpty, huh? He is an absolute numpty, Mark Sargent.
Were they doing a special program on the 10 biggest idiots of the country?
Yeah, they had Mark
Well, they might as
Sargent
well have
on
done.
this morning.
Yeah.
With
Was it yet?
Phil
Not
and-
yesterday, the day before. Was it
Yeah,
yesterday?
with-
It was yesterday. Wasn't it? Yeah.
With Phil and what's her name?
Phil
And
and Fern.
he's an astronomer himself, so you can imagine how perplexed he was by this idiot trying to tell everybody that.
Yeah, but they had 3 flat earthers on about 2
Oh,
years
they had the 3
as well.
idiots on, didn't they?
Yeah, they had the 3 Stooges on. Yeah.
Oh yeah, those 3. Yeah.
Yeah, but do you know what he actually stated, Mark Sargent? He reckoned NASA and the government's in it, but all the pilots and scientists and everybody else don't know about this lie. Apparently, it's what Mark Sargent was saying. I think you just dug yourself a deeper hole, Mark. You really are. Oh my God! People just can look at Mum. Why is that idiot out of the hospital?
Yeah.
Who let him out, Mum?
Again, they're not. This is where because I've heard people claim that the flat Earth is coming to an end and everything else. I don't think there is an end for it, because you're always going to have people who want to just say everything the government tells is lies. It's people taking us away from religion and everything else.
Well, they've been doing that for years, haven't they?
Exactly, and that's why I don't think there's actually ever going to be an end to it.
NASA's fault.
No.
Even though NASA's got nothing to do with Britain or any other country.
Yeah, but it's still NASA's fault though, obviously.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's funny how they never mention any of the other space agencies, though, isn't it?
No, just NASA. There's only one.
80.
Yeah,
no, there's only no. Don't lie. Don't lie. There's only one.
All work under NASA control.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. Building telescopes for people to look at false images.
Yeah, all the astronomers in the world are all NASA shills, all of them.
Well, I still ain't got my check.
The radio hams, they're all NASA shills.
I should have 2 checks then. That ain't fair.
Yeah. Well, Bridenstine himself said he was going to deliver my check personally, but he never did.
Remember, they passed a law in the UK where you can't double job anymore. That's why you only get 1 check.
No.
No.
Damn. I haven't had one yet.
Well, I can't help it if you didn't fill the triplicate in and triplicate and post it into the right department.
I did.
Can I?
Oh,
no,
what, the triplicate, or just the triplicate?
The triplicate of the triplicate that you are supposed to.
I've done it triplicate times, like they told me to.
Yeah, but you didn't. You then sent it to the wrong department.
No, I gave it to him in person.
Yeah, that's not how it works. How many times do you have to be told you have to post it? If you don't post it and it doesn't go through the system, then it doesn't get.
How do I know which triplicate forms I need to get to give to Bridenstine?
That's your problem. If you can't read the instructions, not my issue. It's yours.
Okay.
No.
I was looking
what
for a
am
bit
I,
of help.
your mother? No. Figure it out.
Oh God, I hope not. Oh no.
No, I'm your father. I'm your daddy.
Oh God, even worse.
I had to go there. The door was open. I'm going to walk through it.
Oh,
just shut it again, please.
Casual, where were you up to?
I don't know.
Sorry, Terry.
Did you finish that paragraph to the new heading? More information about it? Is that where you're up to?
I was about to read that bit, wasn't I?
I don't know. Did you finish additionally the full harvest moon rises sunset and then will rise every very near sunset for several nights in a row because the difference is at a yearly minimum. It may almost seem as if there are full moons multiple nights in a row.
Well, the bit that you've just read, yeah.
Oh, okay.
But it's been read now, isn't it?
Did you read this bit? If interested, here is some more detailed information about the harvest moon warning scientific explanation below. Have you read that bit?
if interested, Mark, here is more information. The moon's orbital motion, combined with a larger orbit of the Earth around the sun, carries it further eastward among the constellations of the zodiac from night to night. At any one moonrise, the moon occupies a particular place on the celestial sphere, the great dome of the heavens. Oh God! But when the Earth turns,
I am your bacon daddy.
But when the Earth turns toward that point, 24 hours later, the moon has moved off to the east about 12 degrees, and it takes an average of 50 minutes longer for the Earth to rotate towards the moon and for the moon to thus rise. Think of it as a giant slinky in which each loop, representing one lunar orbit of the Earth, advances the orbit a bit further along the spiral path. Yeah, well, you could just say a sprint, couldn't you? But around the date of the harvest moon, the moon rises about the same time. Why? Remember that the zodiac is the band of constellations through which the moon travels from night to night. The section of the zodiac band in which the full moon travels around the start of the autumn is the section that forms the most shallow angle with the eastern horizon. Because the moon's orbit on successive nights is more nearly parallel to the horizon at the time, its relationship to the eastern horizon does not change appreciably, and the Earth does not have to turn as far to bring up the moon. Sorry, my reading is appalling. The moon may rise as little as 23 minutes later on several nights before and after the full harvest moon, about 42 degrees north latitude, which means extra light at peak harvest time near autumn. By the time the moon has reached its last quarter, however, the typical 50 minutes delay has returned. At the start of the spring, the opposite applies. The moon is in the section of the zodiac that has the steepest angle with respect to the eastern horizon. For several days, bracketing the moon nearest the vernal equinox, the delay in moonrise as much as 75 minutes at 42 degrees north latitude. Oh, that's a nice picture.
Yeah.
I like the pictures.
Likes the pictures. I might pinch that.
Here's another way of expressing what happens with the harvest moon. It is the part of the zodiac that the moon's eastward orbital motion has its largest northward component. For observers, the Earth's northern hemisphere, the farthest north an object is in the heavens, the longer an arc it makes across the sky, and the longer a time it is visible above the horizon. Thus, to say the moon is getting rapidly further north each night around the time of the harvest moon is to say that for northern latitudes on Earth, it will keep rising distinctly earlier than would otherwise be expected, nearly the same time as the night before. How nearly the same is almost the same time each night. This varies with latitude. For the farther north you are, the shallower the angle of the zodiac is with respect to your horizon. In most of the United States and southern Canada, the harvest moon rises 25 to 30 minutes later each night. The effect is less noticeable the farther south you go, but going north makes the harvest moon more extreme.
Have they actually explained it for the southern hemisphere yet, or is it all just northern hemisphere related?
Northern hemisphere they mostly mentioned.
Yeah,
I don't know how it works for the southern hemisphere.
I've been waiting for you to say southern hemisphere.
According to astronomy, author Guy Ottewell, the idea of the harvest moon originated in Europe, average latitude about 50 degrees north, where the harvest moon rises only 10 to 20 minutes later each night. It must have seemed a boon that just when days were getting rapidly shorter and the sun seemed to go down all too soon, the harvest moon arrived to extend the hours that the harvesting could be done. It's another good picture. That looks like Italy, isn't it? I don't know where that is.
Well, they said there.
That's Suffolk.
They said it there somewhere. Where?
Europe. It just said, you know.
They also said
the United States and southern Canada.
Yeah.
Don't know for sure. Looks kind of Italy-ish.
Well, it could be Chinese.
Chinese harvest.
Chinese.
Yeah.
No, I reckon that's Australia.
Chinese harvest moon traditions. As a final note, I should add that this is not just a Western civilization that has given special importance to the harvest moon. For Chinese people everywhere, this full moon is the occasion for the festival of the August moon. The August is through the calendar, was that discrepancy? Or mid-autumn festival. In some cultures, the equinoxes and the solstices have been considered the middle of the seasons. This festival is celebrated with joyful games and the eating of mooncakes.
Ooh, I want a mooncake.
We know what they're like.
Yeah, I want a mooncake.
I remember vividly being invited to one such celebration. I bet you did. And singing songs and playing my guitar to a circle of friendly faces in the light of the rising half moon. Yeah.
Bloody hippies.
The Chinese have moon pies? What?
Oh, yeah.
Hello, Blue.
No, moon cakes. No, Blue.
Oh, I thought you said moon pies. I'm sorry.
They have moon
No, not the same thing.
Because they wrote a song about it. Don't want that one.
Hello.
Oh, that's about it. Yeah. Ever noticed that the low-hanging moon looks especially big near the horizon? It's really significantly bigger. Oh,
it isn't.
Yeah, I was
really.
going to learn about that too.
It isn't really.
Well, we could leave
says.
that for part 3 next on Saturday.
No, that's what it actually says. You said it is bigger, innit? You misread
Well,
it.
I'm only reading it, but yeah, it isn't really significant bigger. I know why too. I can explain it, but I'm not going to tell you now, so you'll have to wait till Saturday. Sorry.
Yeah. I know why.
I know why, but I'm not telling you.
It's because they've got magnifiers off the ice water. I shouldn't tell people.
Okay. The blood moon or the blue moon? Peanut Gallery? Blood or blue?
Blue moon.
Yeah, don't forget there's don't forget there's going to be a quiz in a minute. I told
Pip, you've been gone so long.
Caught another bloody hailstorm there. God's sake.
Yeah, but you only went shopping.
Since we've seen you.
I've got blue skies and white puffy clouds here. Oh, and there's a chemtrail.
White puffy cloud.
Puffy clouds.
Look, I can watch him spraying it right now. Oh no! Turn that stuff off.
God, I'm freezing.
Your mind is going to be controlled any second now, my farmer's boy.
Shut your windows and blinds and doors. Go and hide under the bed.
That means you haven't got to think anymore. And just NASA will do it for you.
It was tiring me out anyway. So
blood. Okay, we've got a blood moon first, by the look of the voting.
Somebody must have done a song about that.
Farmer's boy, I've just realised that it's your birthday soon. It's your 50th birthday soon in the next couple of months, isn't it?
Well, April, yeah.
50?
April.
You're only a baby. All these babies on here.
Yeah, we were born the same year, but he's born in April. I was born in July.
We hate being old, don't we, Blue?
No answer.
Huh? What?
Huh? What?
Farmer said he's only just having his 50th. And I said, all you babies on here. And I said, I hate being the oldest ones here. Hey, Blue.
Oh, I'm about to
Are you saying Blue's old?
I am about to celebrate the 20th anniversary of my 50th birthday. Thank you very much.
Oh dear.
Okay, who's
there's Kitty. Hello, Kitty.
Whose turn to read?
Yeah, somebody else can read.
Well, I haven't read, so I can do it.
I'm going to have to go soon anyway. We've got the log man coming.
The who man?
The log man.
The
log man delivering some, delivering some logs so we can have
like the coal man, but he delivers logs. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you get a trailer full for about $1?
Trailer full for about 25 quid or something like that.
That's not bad actually.
Yeah, it's not
that's well cheap.
Yeah.
That'd be 100 quid here.
Yeah, but then it all has to be stacked somewhere else, doesn't it?
What's that? Sorry?
Is it seasoned?
Yeah, it's all seasoned, but it's a bit of a pain in the butt because where they access to our yard, you've got to go kind of like down the alley and around and through one gate and then back into our gate into our backyard so we can stack it. So we've all got to sort of lend a hand to sort of take it all in because you can't take the trailer as close as you'd like.
Can't he catapult it over?
It dump it out on the road and we had to shift it all by hand.
So I accidentally acquired some Tesco crates. The Tesco delivery guys left them behind by mistake, and we use those to carry them in.
Hey, Milkman Dan.
Yep. Hello, Milkman
Hi,
Dan.
Milkman.
Oh my God, that took me so long to write.
It's the trouble if you're on a tablet.
Yeah, sorry, Dan. It's too many of us.
Now, if you save that in a text file, all you got to do is copy and paste, like Glenn.
Oh God!
Save you having to type it next time.
His name?
I like that.
Don't say it again.
Milkman Dan, the trick is you do voice to text.
Blue, is that what happened?
Yeah, most have.
Because we were going to go live, and I said to somebody in the Discord, because you were muted, and we couldn't get a rise out of you, I said, go and poke Blue with the stick, someone, and no one would put their hand up.
I tried, but I was too scared to say anything too loud.
Yeah, just don't poke Gladys with a stick. That wouldn't be
Blue only has to take one step to my 5, and he'll catch up with me.
Oi, Pip.
Yeah?
You can't just give one kiss away. You got to give everyone a kiss. Come on, no favoritisms.
But it's Kiri. You're just... Bleh.
I'm just
jealous. He's just jealous.
Well.
I'm preoccupied. I'm trying to see if I can get a room for tonight if I have to go to Glasgow.
Don't like you.
So you're not reading then? I'll have to find somebody else.
I'll read it. Yeah, I can.
No, you said you're busy.
I'm not looking at it.
You can multitask.
It's sitting there.
Oh, I see. You're not.
There's nothing to read.
You're too busy to blow kisses at everyone else, but you can read and do something else at the same time.
Yeah.
Terry,
Oh, now
Terry,
she's complaining that she can't read anything because there's nothing to read.
I'm going to say, Terry, in this moon flat crap as well. I am actively going to try and not swear, by the way, this time.
Oh,
well
shit,
done.
my phone.
That'll be a first, Dean. We'll definitely have to keep this recording.
Yes, but what I was going to say is, would you like me to show how it take like 2 minutes to show how the moon cannot be flat on a flat Earth?
Oh, you got some of that special magic CAD drawing program stuff.
Yeah.
Well, we got the blood moon and the blue moon to go, and then we're free.
Yeah,
Okay.
Don't show Brian, you'll confuse him.
Okay, off you go.
Go on, Pip.
Sorry, my phone went right back.
What?
He's
What?
definitely getting moved to Glasgow, so there we go. You want me to do it?
Yeah, if when you're ready.
Okay. No, I'm fine. Just as soon as I went to do it last time, my phone went. Okay. In some circles of Christian prophecy, a blood moon is a member of a special kind of lunar tetrad, 4 total lunar eclipses in a row, each separated by 6 lunar months. By this definition, the last blood moon occurred on September 28th, 2015. That's all I can see. Oh, pretty.
I don't think I can get that in one shot. That one.
The term blood moon was once used in some sects of Christian prophecy to describe a total lunar eclipse that belonged to a tetrad. Oh, we read that. Okay. The next one won't come till April 25th, 2032. Around the year 2013, when the expression blood moon first gained widespread popularity, a blood moon didn't refer to just any total lunar eclipse, but to a member of a special series, 4 total eclipse moons in a row, each separated by 6 lunar months, with no partial lunar eclipses in between. Such a series is called a lunar tetrad. 2 Christian pastors popularized the term blood moon in their book, in which they discussed the upcoming lunar tetrad, April 14th and October 8th, 2014, April 8th and September 28th, 2015, in apocalyptic terms. The 4 lunar eclipses came and went, and although the world didn't end, we gained another dubious meme, blood moon.
What? The world didn't end? Oh, shock horror.
Didn't end.
Yeah, if it did, we missed it.
Oh, there we go. That's a. Oh. Here's what a total eclipse looks like. This is a total eclipse, October 27, 2004, via Fred, somebody of NASA.
Espinac.
Or the blood moon was just the end of one simulation and the start of another.
Simulation.
Oh, Jesus, help me. Please give me strength.
That's when they're frying too much bacon on the moon. That's what it was.
Carl says he saw that blood moon and he's got photos to prove it.
Ooh.
Ooh, okay.
It's not that the words blood and moon have never appeared together in the same sentence before 2013, especially as regards eclipses. A full moon nearly always appears coppery red during a total lunar eclipse. That's because the dispersed light from all Earth's sunrises and sunsets fall on the face of the moon at mid-eclipse. For some decades at least, it's been common for astronomy writers like us to describe an eclipse moon as blood red. You just didn't until recently hear the same eclipsed moon called a blood moon. And there's another kind of blood moon in astronomy, unrelated to eclipses. In folklore, all the full moons have names. The names typically coincide with months of the year or seasons. One of the most famous moon names is the hunter's moon. It's the full moon immediately following the harvest moon, which is the full moon occurring most closely to the autumnal equinox. The hunter's moon in sky lore is also sometimes called the blood moon. Why? Probably because it's characteristic of these autumn full moons that they appear nearly full and rise soon after sunset for several evenings in a row. Many people see them when they're low in the sky shortly after they've risen, at which time there's more atmosphere between you and the moon than when the moon is overhead. When you see the moon low in the sky, the extra air between you and the moon makes the moon look reddish. Voila, blood moon. Still, the term blood moon in regard to total lunar eclipses might have been given new meaning by the Christian pastor John Hagee, who wrote a 2013 book about blood moons. What is a lunar tetrad? The word tetrad refers to 4 things in a group. In astronomy, the word is used to describe 4 successful total lunar eclipses with no partial lunar eclipses in between, each of which is separated, repeating this again, each of which is separated from the other by 6 lunar months. Nowadays, each of these 4 in a row totally eclipsed moons has come to be called a blood moon. Why? We don't know for sure, but the answer may lie in the book pictured above. We're not experts in prophecy of any kind, but we'll tell you that we know about the modern definition for blood moon that raised many questions over years. From what we've been able to gather, 2 Christian pastors, Mark Blitz and John Hagee, used the term blood moon to apply to the full moons of 2014-15 tetrad. John Hagee appears to have popularised the term in his 2013 book, 4 Blood Moons, Something is About to Change. Mark Blitz and John Hagee spoke of the 2014-15 lunar tetrad as representing a fulfillment of biblical prophecy. After all, the moon is supposed to turn blood red before the end times, isn't it? As described in Joel 2:31, Common English Bible.
So that's the quote.
I'm guessing that's the verse.
Yeah, the sun will be turned to darkness and the moon to blood before the great and dreadful day of the Lord comes.
That description, by the way, sounds like 2 different astronomical events, a total solar eclipse and a total lunar eclipse. Sun turned to darkness, moon directly between the Earth and the Sun in a total solar eclipse. Moon turned to blood, Earth directly between the Sun and Moon. Earth's shadow falling on the moon in a total lunar eclipse. Solar and lunar eclipses are very ordinary and frequent happenings that have occurred many times in our lifetimes. In fact, every year there are 4 to 7 eclipses. Some lunar, some solar, some total, some partial.
So why is it always doom and gloom when the Lord is supposed to reappear? I thought he's supposed to be a nice person.
Oh no, he's not a nice person.
What, the Lord?
Mm-hmm.
How much
So
more we
he's
got
going
to
to
go?
he's going to destroy everything when he comes back.
Yep. Oh yeah.
But how will we
Get
know
into
he's come back?
Jehovah's Witnesses stuff.
Dark
my
Sith
goodness.
Lord.
Yeah, but
He's
how do we
bad.
know he's going to come back if he's going to destroy everything before he gets here?
They're going to buy and destroy everybody except Jehovah's Witnesses. Apparently, allegedly. Okay.
In addition to its being a supermoon and the last blood moon until 2032, December 28, 2015, full moon also marked the Mid-Autumn Festival in China. Okay.
The last lunar tetrad took place over the years 2014 and 2015. The first blood moon eclipse in the series of 4 happened on the night of April 14th to 15th, 2014. The second one took place October 7th to 8th, 2014. And the third one, the shortest total lunar eclipse of the 21st century, was April the 4th, 2015. The fourth and final total lunar eclipse of the 2014-15 tetrad, the last blood moon, fell on the night of September 27, 28. It was also a supermoon. The eclipse was visible to skywatchers in North America, and the partial phases were seen from various places around the world. Many saw it.
Mind Warp's naked.
Oh,
Hello,
Mind Warp's
Arstu.
out there. Hey, Mind Warped.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
Arstu.
he just dropped a new video too.
Mind Warped, we do not have wrenches here. Please correct
Yes,
yourself.
spanners.
Mm-hmm.
Wrench.
Might
Wrench,
start
wrench.
start with the letter S.
Yeah, the only wench we have here, mate, is Casual Spaceman.
Old faithful guys are at Yellowstone National Park in eruption during September 27, 28, 2015. Blood moon eclipse over a year of planning paid off. So it took him a whole year to get ready for that.
What a cracker.
Isn't it? Did you see the last one, Pip?
No.
Oh.
I'm in Scotland. Don't be silly.
Oh, of course, yeah.
When is the next lunar tetrad? There are a total of 8 tetrads in the 21st century. The next 4 total lunar eclipses in a row, blah, 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 will take place in 2032 and 2033. And then it's a link. So what's that? 13 years?
What's that pitch?
Yeah.
Oh, I liked that picture as well.
That's nice, isn't it?
Super blood moon eclipse times. I can't read, my eyes have gone blurry.
Super
19.
blood moon eclipse times 19. Composite of the September 27, 28, 2015. Lunar eclipse by Mike Taylor. Photo in the central
Maine.
Yeah, see more photos like this. That's quite a cool photo, that.
Yeah, that's good. How common is a tetrad of total lunar eclipses? Depending on the century in which you live, a lunar tetrad may happen fairly frequently or not at all. For instance, in our 21st century, there are a total of 8 tetrads, but in the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries, there were none at all. If we include all the centuries from the 1st century AD through to the 21st century, there are a total of 62 tetrads. The last one happened in 2014-15, and the next one will happen in 2032-33.
You better oh, sorry.
No, carry on.
No, carry on.
The 2014-15 tetrad fell on the Jewish feast of Passover and Tabernacles. That happened a total of 8 times in these 21 centuries. And a lot of numbers.
Lots of numbers.
Is this a religious site you're on or something?
No.
No, Earth Sky. You best give Mind Warped his spanner before Midbit times him out.
Yeah, I gave him a spanner. I was just waiting for him to correct himself by actually typing in the word spanner.
Hey guys.
Oh shit! I can hear voices in my head again.
G'day,
Yeah, I know.
g'day, Rich.
Hey,
we've-
quick question.
What?
Why does everyone appear muted and deafened, but I can hear everyone?
Because we're coming through
Oh,
Terry.
wait. I've got multiple personalities, Rich. Would you like me to do an American accent? I can do an American accent.
Accents? Oh, you can do whatever accent you
Yeah,
want.
I can sound like someone
You
like
can
Blue.
do-
Blue. You watch.
You can do an English, or you can do an English accent. Something like that, couldn't you?
And a very high pitched Scottish.
But everyone that is talking and that can hear me on my phone shows though you're muted and deafened.
No, that's me. That's my multiple personalities coming through my Discord.
Hang on. Hey, Rich, do you want me to blow your mind just for a second? Watch this one for a chick. You ready? And you can still hear me.
Nothing changed.
It did.
No, have a look. Have a look. I'm not there, and then you can still hear me.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you disappeared. I'm not Okay. So you've broken the Discord and the interwebs. Is this what's happening?
I haven't been there the whole time. You can hear me.
Yaki da, creaky blinder.
I can even imitate Blue. You know, Big Blue.
What time, please? Fuck, settle down.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean. I didn't realise I could talk multiple.
The voices get carried away.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Sometimes I get ahead of myself.
yeah. These random muted voices. Keep talking.
Hello, Cricky. Hello, Shy Strikeling.
Hi, Shy Strikeling.
Oh,
so where are you
that's
guys?
lovely, isn't
You
it?
guys in the stream?
Yeah, we're live at the moment, Rich.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Creaky, you ain't got an accent, mate.
Wait. Somebody's doing something they shouldn't be.
Yeah.
You can't hear me though in the live stream, right?
Yeah,
Yes, we can.
Yeah, you're coming through
really?
live stream now.
Fuck, this is just blowing my mind. Oh, sorry for swearing too, by the way.
Did you swear?
What the hell is this?
Well, I seem to be able to do this magic trick when I'm live streaming. I can spy on Discord.
Yeah, Terry's a heathen. I think that's where this is going.
Hello, Jess. It's Pip.
You don't know who else is talking. Oh, that's Rich. He's over on Discord, so Strikeling.
Yeah, I'm in Discord.
Yeah.
I saw everyone muted and deafened.
Yeah.
I thought, oh, fuck it, I'll just jump in here. And
Well,
then
that's how people. That's how.
I'm like, what the fuck?
Well, that's how people out in the. If anyone in the peanut gallery are in my Discord, they're able to just go on Discord like you are.
Sorry. You cut out.
If anyone's in the peanut gallery and they want to come on Discord and talk like you are, they can join in on the Zoom meeting without having to actually join the Zoom.
Oh wow! Well, there you go. I mean, I didn't get an invite to the Zoom meeting, but you know, that's neither here nor there.
You've already got you've got the invite.
I know, I'm joking, Terry.
Anyway,
I'm walking home. It's just a bit of a drunken wind-up.
Yeah, I know. Sounds like it is too. 11 o'clock.
No. It's only 9:30 here.
Oh, that's right. It's only early over there.
Yeah. I'm having early.
Is it okay if we get back to the stream show stuff, Rich?
Sorry.
Is that okay?
Yeah. Sorry.
Well,
okay. I didn't know I was interrupting, so. Everyone's muted and deafened. So, I mean, I don't know.
Well, didn't you get the message that I was going live tonight?
Well, I don't know. I might have. I mean, I've been underneath the car, and my phone wasn't there, so maybe my watch didn't tell me. I don't know. I'll double check.
What? Someone ran you over?
Okay. Well, give me one moment. I'll disappear, and I might come back. And I'll
Did
be
someone run you over, Rich?
Hey?
Did someone run you over? You said you were under a
Oh,
car.
right, yeah. I had a little bit of a snort there. Shit. Yeah, I found that funny. Good work. Okay. All right. I'll talk to you later.
Righto. Mindwarp said he
Yeah, you
left
want me to read out
Discord
all
and all FE retarded channels. Feel like I dropped 40 kilo. Aren't you in my Discord, Mindwarped? I thought you were in mine. You haven't
Terry,
left mine.
Terry, there's a certain YouTuber that we know that's in the panel by the name of, I think his name is BlueMarbleScience.
Yes.
Did a video this morning that's kind of related to this.
Well, we still haven't finished this yet. And
Okay,
we've still got Blue Moon to go. And it's getting
just
onto
sent you
it's getting onto 11 o'clock, and we've been streaming for 4 hours, and we still haven't finished all. We might leave the Blue Moon for another night, but we'll finish off the Blood Moon, and then we'll go on to other stuff.
Terry, I've just sent you a message if you read it in the internal chat.
Read it out loud, Terry.
No.
No one uses Skype, I don't think, Mindwarp, that I know of. Does anyone got Skype?
No, I don't.
Yeah, I've got Skype, Mindwarp. Why?
Yeah, Creaky uses Skype. I've got Skype.
Yeah.
Does Creaky Blinder have a link to the secret place, Terry?
Why? Where is he?
He was in the
side chat.
He was in the side chat in the peanut gallery.
What, in the peanut gallery?
Yeah, you're the only one that haven't said hello to Creaky Blinder.
I didn't even notice him. Sorry, Creaky.
Not a yucky da, Creaky.
Creaky, are you in my Discord?
Yeah.
He is, Terry, but it's easier just to send a direct message to him.
He's a convict.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll leave the next bit ready to read, and then while that's getting read, I'll
Okay.
Oh, we've got some pictures here. Penumbra. Showing lunar eclipses.
Hope Blind Conniver's taking note.
Just see how much
just
more. I think
chilling out,
we've actually finished. The last bit was just that bit.
Just that last
Bottom
that
line,
last
the term
paragraph.
blood moon in biblical prophecy appears to have been popularized by two Christian pastors, Mark Blitz and John Hagee. They used the term to apply to the moons of 2014-2015 lunar tetrad, 4 successful total lunar eclipses, which each separated by 6 lunar months, with no partial lunar eclipse in between. Nowadays, it seems the term blood moon is being used for any and all total lunar eclipses. There we go.
Repeats a lot of that.
We're finished. Yeah, I know.
Repeats
Sort of
6 times.
It did, didn't they?
John Hagee is the one who spoke about rapture coming, Terry, and just to give you an idea of the person, he said that on that day that rapture comes, you don't want to be flying because the pilots are going to be raptured right out of the airplane, and the plane will crash.
Oh dear.
What is the process of being raptured? What happens to you when you are raptured?
It's like being teleported up to the
rapture's just taken from where you are. But
okay.
Rapture's a new. I think rapture came around 1945. Someone called Schofield invented it.
It sounds painful, actually. Raptured.
No.
Please don't rapture me.
everything. You're just taken away and whisked away. No one really tells you what happened. You're just boom, gone to heaven, and everyone else has to stay while the earth crumbles and destroys itself.
Yeah, Blondie sang about rapture.
One of those, real like we're the chosen one type narrative.
Jehovah's.
Yeah, but there was a guy on YouTube called Brother Nathaniel who gave a really good history of it, and funny enough, that video's gone. But yeah.
Yeah, God loves everybody unless you're chosen.
Yeah.
Okay then.
Yeah, no, that always got to me. God message to spread was equality, but he has favorites.
Yeah.
But it rectifies itself in later scripture. But
there's only 144,000 chosen in Jehovah's.
Oh yeah,
everybody
exactly.
Everybody else
to
is
be from the 12 tribes and everything.
Everyone else is.
Oh, and guess what? The big head honchos, they've been chosen. Of course they have.
But yeah, it's funny, it's like the bias, But you can imagine if they were the most capable at that time to spread the message, then they were chosen because they were able to spread the message, not because they were chosen. That's why in later scriptures it goes, if you truly believe what you say, then why do you wait?
Apparently, Trump is chosen. Oh, I think the logman's here. Got to go.
Oh.
All right, he's got to get that wood.
He's got to log off to log on.
Who wanted to take over for a minute to do stuff? Somebody said they were. Dean, didn't you want to do some stuff? Are you ready for that?
I didn't know Dean was here. Hi.
Yeah, he's there.
Well, in spirit, possibly.
He was there.
Ground control to Major Tom.
Well, he's got the screen, so.
Don't want that one.
Otherwise, we're going to be playing another. I'll play a video until he's ready. I might have to play a video then.
I might have to have a pineapple lump.
Who we got? Let me have a look. Bob just dropped one. Blues dropped one. Isaac's dropped one.
Oh, it must be quite smelly then. All them people are dropping one.
Yeah, a few people have dropped one.
Mine
Wait a minute, Dean's come back.
Yes, I was just busy.
Oh, okay.
Mine warp dropped one too.
Did he? Oh.
Yep.
Have I got him on? Am I shilling Mind Warped yet? I'm not on Discord.
No,
I might have forgot.
He's only just come back.
Sorry, Mind Warp. I haven't started shilling you yet. Yeah, well, you'll have to work out how I can get you back onto my Discord then, if you don't want to be on anyone else's. There you go. I'll go make a coffee while Dean takes over the show.
Yeah, I'll have one, Terry, please.
Okay. Oh, that's right.
I've just made one.
You take that crappy sugar. I haven't got any of that sugar.
No, I don't.
Well, who takes that? Who takes that fake sugar?
The other guy.
I thought it was you that said you take that.
No, I do natural.
Oh.
No, I don't have any of that false imitation crap.
I don't know who was that we were talking to earlier that does that.
I don't know.
I take sweeteners in my coffee.
Oh, it was Farmer's Boy.
But only my coffee, not my tea.
Oh, not your tea. Oh.
No, well, I put milk in tea, but
yeah.
I don't put milk in coffee. And if you have black coffee on its own, no.
Yeah.
You have to put something in it.
Yeah.
Or put sugar in it.
I don't have sugar because I'm type 2 diabetic.
Oh, I see.
Oh my goodness,
So I
it's
have
a flat Earth map.
alternatives.
Can you have honey, or is that just as bad for you?
Honey's not quite so bad, but I've managed to find sweeteners that aren't sickly.
Oh, right. What about Malupa honey?
Who be what me?
Oh, you not heard of that?
No.
It's supposed to be the bees all and end all.
Melaleuca honey.
Oh, the bees all! Huh. Love it.
Yeah, good.
I like what you did there.
Right, guys. I have not got long, so I just want to present this, and then
Go for it.
I was going to swear, but I'm going to say, and then leave quietly. this is the day.
Oscar.
This is the day that. Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah.
What are you going to do?
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Are you going to do like a mic drop? Are you?
No. Well, okay. So there's two aspects to this. One is the observational angles and what we would expect to see on sphere and flat moons. And two, which is actually the most damning but often overlooked, is the observation of the moon proves Earth's shape due to your orientation to it over the time that it traverses in your own sky. Now that's an interesting one there. There are parts where that's harder to see, but certainly not in the United Kingdom. So when the moon rises in the United Kingdom and when it sets, we see that it actually rotates in our 2D reference frame. It is actually rotating slightly. And the reason for that is it's not actually rotating at all. It's you that's changing orientation in relation to it. Now, that is completely not explainable, and believe me, I have tried with all my fractured light and quantum perturbation fields. Yep. I cannot reconcile this on a flat Earth. There is nothing that I can do to fix this. But it doesn't really matter because there's a bigger problem that I can't fix either.
Gravity?
No, just about the moon. So if
right.
we do not have a moon sphere and we have a moon disk. So the issue there is this is no longer a circle in 2D in our vision. And if we were, wait a minute, wait for it, let's get down under, we've got a bit of a problem here because that is not how we see the moon. But it doesn't matter because even if we switch this back to being a sphere, I've actually got concave moon in there as well, by the way, we see this. And this is the back side of the moon. Now, the variance on what we see of the moon throughout the entire planet is only about 5 degrees. That is to say that we'll see 5 degrees of one side if we are in, extreme locations versus 5 degrees of another if we're in another. We never see the backside of the moon, except if it's a disk, if it's a sphere, if it's anything, we would see it. We'd see it down in Australia. We'd see it in Argentina. So here we go. There we go. And then it would traverse the skies like so. So right now we wouldn't be able to see it on this view here. But as it comes by, this is what we would expect. So every single day, we'd see all the cycles of the actual moon, which is a little bit weird. Plus, we'll be looking at the backside of it as it came over, because the only way for this, the only way to dismiss this is to just simply say that the southern hemisphere doesn't exist.
Yes, it does.
Well, you say that, Terry. Have you been there? Have you took? Oh, wait. So, yeah, but the soil's red. So, yeah, that was funny. That, yeah. So the issue with all of this, and any flat earther that ever wants to watch this and just do a very, very simple test is, it's incredibly simple. Just get one of your flat Earth buddies in Florida, and you can be in wherever you are, or get them further away on a different latitude line, looking at the same moon at the same time. Take a photo simultaneously and compare the photos, and you will be looking at different orientations. And oddly enough, the rotation difference relates to your latitude on a sphere, because your up vector, where you're pointing in relation to where your feet are and your head is different, and it's different to the exact tune that you will find in the rotation difference in those two images, and that is it.
Thank you.
There you go.
And well done.
Nice.
Yeah, bravo. Thank you.
I didn't swear as well, by the way. That's
what I was saying. Well done for.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And so in that model, there'll be, like you're saying, depending on certain locations, if it was a disk, then the countries closer to the center would actually see it at a different angle at the same time other people are seeing the moon, and so they might be seeing the backside of the moon while others are seeing the front. Correct?
Yeah, it's just I mean, everybody knows here, or everybody should know, I've really tried to make the sun work.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, the sun's easy because it doesn't have this problem for me. It has non-localized detail, or as much it actually does, but not for the layman. So I don't need to deal with its rotation or its apparent orientation, because you can't tell. It's just a big glowing circle. But the moon is different. The moon's got detail. We can infer orientation changes from that detail.
Quick.
And we're screwed.
Yeah, I was. How's that Stingray?
Nice.
So that's the same moon, same. They're not. I haven't sized them exactly the same, obviously, but that's the same moon, 8 hours apart. So as you can see, one's got the orientation where that large crater is facing down to the bottom left-hand side, and one's got it facing down to the bottom right. Obviously, the one on the right-hand side's where it's raised in the east, and the one on the left-hand side's where it's setting in the west.
Yeah, brilliant example of that.
We actually done that live, didn't we?
And they're all different
Yeah,
from me.
so me and Matt actually did these ones live. We could see the moon at the same time while I was doing it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's amazing is from, you know, given the fact, starting only with the premise that the moon is orbiting and tidal locked to the Earth, and then having 2 observers record it over the space of 8 hours. And compare those 8 hours, you could work out incredibly accurately where you are on a sphere. And that crap just does not work on anything other than a sphere.
See the difference, Pete? Me being even further south than you, and it's even more rotated over perfectly.
It also works on the bacon Earth.
But yes, I even had Riley one day trying to convince me, can I try a concave moon? And I did, and I'm there like, why the hell am I putting a huge bowl up in the sky? This isn't real.
That rotation though, Sheeple, and the other thing you need to understand is once the moon actually gets into the, I'll call it the north position or the 12 o'clock position, that crater will actually face down. It will face perfectly down. So, and that will be the same for you as well.
Yeah, I was getting bitten by mosquitoes towards the
Yeah.
end of my film. I was like, shit, I gotta come more prepared for these South Island bugs. But I do want to actually film it in increments.
So what you're saying, guys, basically, is you can't send us pictures of the dark side of the moon. That's disappointing. Really
No.
disappointing.
No,
dark
I've
side.
tried, but the thing keeps bloody mooning me.
I've seen that same face my whole life. I'm getting sick of it. It's like a mirror.
And if we calculate the radius, and we take pictures simultaneously, and we work out, we'd have to get focal lengths. But if we worked out how much more of the moon you're seeing and to which kind of unit vector you're seeing it, so you guys would see more obviously of my underside of the moon. We could actually work out how far away. We could test different distances to see how far away the moon was, just by basically testing its size and testing and coming up with like the 5 degrees more that you see. And all of this is just so simple. I mean, even anybody can do this in stellarium as well. If any flat earther is out there, all you need to do is invalidate stellarium on moon observations. And it's just never been done. So, and the moon destroys really the flat Earth.
And also completely horizontally oriented, at the equator. You know, that's just, you know what I mean? It's mid rotation, so to speak. It's beautiful.
And I actually even built a model of geometry projection from the accurate size of the sun all the way to the moon, and then passing that geometry all the way onto the planet. And guess what it creates? It creates a definitive shadow of about 70 miles wide. So, yeah, the moon absolutely destroys everything in the flat Earth, unfortunately.
So we've proved that the moon's not flat. Okay.
Yep. Yeah. There you go, Dan. You got your answer.
It's a common answer for the flat earthers to say, why do we worry about what's in the sky? Why do we have to worry about what's on the sky to understand what's on the ground? And that's because
everything we see in the sky disproves a flat Earth.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why they tell us to ignore it, because
just don't look
go
up.
watch a sunset.
Just don't look up.
Oh, it's not a flat Earth.
Yeah.
Walk around with your eyes
just
shut.
look up.
Yeah.
Just look up. Buy a bloody telescope.
Hello, Andrea.
Oh, Andrea's out there. How are you, Andrea?
Hey, hello.
Hello, Andrea.
My alternative secretary.
No, I think
Yeah, she might have to take over if I take a sickie.
And it just proves we are actually upside down from the northern hemisphere.
Yep.
Australia is kind of more on its side, like leaning, falling back off a chair. But me, I'm like right underneath. Yeah.
Actually, I'll just share this one last thing just to prove that I have actually done this, because I was interested.
Okay, I'll stop sharing. We've got a renegade panel member.
What's that? Who's that? Me.
No, not you.
Okay.
Oh, that's cool.
So what we have here, and this is to scale, by the way, as well. We have
yeah,
the moon.
obviously it has to be to scale.
Yeah. So we have the moon, 250,000 whatever miles away, and then we have the sun, which is obviously considerably further all the way down here. It looks well. In fact, it's so far that if I zoom out,
Wow.
there we go. That's how far away it is. But what this cone represents is geometry cast from the outside of this. So we can think of everything except this geometry here as light emanating. So this shows the path of which light would not pass through. We'll call it. Oh God, wait a minute. How small is? Okay, these planets and things are so small. Ah, there we go. Right. So yeah, let's start off. It's hard to find it when you zoom out to the to the sun. So yeah, we've got the moon here, and we can see the cone all the way to the planet, and we can see that that cone actually creates a absolute black spot of about 70 miles wide. Only between 70 and 100 this was, because it is, it's give or take 20 or 30 miles, because I was creating this by hand. But yeah, there you go. And if anybody was interested, and we went and got the moon, this object here is casting that shadow. So there you go. This object, this size, is casting that direct shadow. Obviously, we get a penumbra area as well, but
Far out.
That's your total eclipse.
That's why you've got to be at a certain spot at a certain time to get a total solar eclipse.
Yep.
But
Indeed.
what's really interesting is if you do that for Jupiter and Jupiter's moon Io, I just did a video on this.
You did.
Io is about the same size as our moon. It's a little bit larger, and it's slightly closer to the surface of Jupiter. But its shadow ends up being 1,700 miles, not 75 miles. And it's just the difference in how far away Jupiter is, how much farther away Jupiter is. It's like 5 times as far from the sun as we are. So this shit is very sensitive to the geometry.
Thanks for putting New Zealand on the map, on the globe there. So many maps miss out New Zealand as if.
Oh, there's New Zealand.
Yeah, no, it's beautiful. I can see my house.
Wave then.
It's like, hello,
Maps miss out.
I
better warn you, sheeples. You've got an ex-tropical cyclone heading towards you.
Oh, I know.
An X.
Yeah, it was a tropical cyclone, but now it's not.
Now it's just an east coast low.
Yeah,
It's just a
big east
gales
coast low.
and rain warning.
We're going to have swells of 15-meter ocean waves coming in on our coast.
I live in the middle of the land. I'll be fine. As long as these trees don't fall on my house, I'll be all good.
Oh, come on, people. In the side chat. Thumbs up or down. Depends on whether you liked it or not.
Oh, actually, I've got one more thing. Because this was something that I was thinking about. Because this also destroys another flat Earth argument, and it relates to the moon directly. So it doesn't. So let me just share my little browser window. So I found this guy, and he's at Rye Harbour State Park, and it's just a video from 2011, and he's got the sunset at one side, but he's actually got the moonrise over the ocean in the other.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's actually a place. I looked at it, and it's here. This is where he is, and he's looking out. Now, if we zoom in here, we can see some islands, and he actually points these out, the Isles of Shoals, in this video. And I think it's hard to see, but I guess if we look, that you can actually just make them out on the horizon, but they're only like 4 kilometers away, and he's actually quite high up. Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah. Which is cool. But the thing is, this moon, and obviously his exposure, a little bit to be desired, crap camera, because it hasn't got the exposure latitude to. Well, it's a video camera.
He went to the Travis School of Cameras.
But he's somewhere here. I didn't work it out exactly. But the most interesting thing is he's got a body of water that allows the moon to rise over it. Now, a common argument why we can't see forever on a flat Earth is they just say atmosphere. What they mean is light attenuation, which would fade everything out into the distance. And that's brilliant because you're just looking through so much atmosphere. Brilliant. Except how far away is that moon when it rises over the water? And why can we see that clearly? Somewhat clearly. You'll see kind of, refraction, distortion going on there, but you will be able to pick out craters on the moon, yet it's a hell of a lot further away than Nova Scotia. So why can't we see Nova Scotia when we see the moon here?
But
and that's an interesting one.
Yeah, like similar argument that I've used is why, the morning star. Why can you see that rise above the horizon? And that's even further away than that.
I mean, Nova Scotia is
Venus.
like 250.
Why can we see that?
Yeah, 250 kilometers away. So that sits within the most conservative flat Earth estimates of how high the moon is away. So why can we see the moon further away than Yarmouth in Nova Scotia, but we can't see the coastline here? Bit interesting that.
Because.
And this actually, and just if anybody said angular size or anything, this does have the topology to zoom into 1 degree field of view and present a large enough target to see. Just if anybody was interested, and that's on a P1000 gets 1 degree of vision of view. So yeah, there you go. That was it.
Interesting. Okay. Now, Blue mentioned something about a video. So, I have to play that. Oh, we were going to do a quiz too for the Peanut Gallery. Movies, TV, movies or songs relating to the moon. Okay? And the panel can play too. And I'll mute the panel while we listen to Blue. Sorry, Peanut Gallery. Blue just gave a warning disclaimer. You need to have your oven mitts ready. And an extra pair just in case.
Well, hello everybody. Welcome to Blue Marble Science. Mr. Thrive and Survive is at it again. He just refuses to believe that eclipses can work the way they actually do. Really? And he's particularly upset about the eclipse produced by Io on the surface of Jupiter. So let's see if we can straighten this out for him. Warning. Severe facial and monitor damage alert is in effect. Get out the oven mitts, push the monitors back out of punching range. And Gladys, let's light this dumpster fire and have some fun.
Hey everybody, Christmas will thrive and survive. This video is going to look at the science, and we're going to do science, actual real observations here, to see if what NASA and mainstream scientists has been trying to sell us, and which has been universally accepted without question, is the umbra penumbra.
Pay attention at this part of the video. Mr. Thrive and Survive has correctly identified the area of the umbra and the penumbra. Now that's going to change in a few minutes. I've speeded up this part of the video. What Thrive and Survive is doing is constructing a 70-mile diameter dot to simulate the umbra of a solar eclipse that occurred here in the US a couple of years ago, one that actually passed right over my location. Ultimately, he's going to use that to try to compare with the umbra produced by an eclipse caused by Io on the surface of Jupiter. There's a dramatic difference in the size of the umbra produced by the moon here on Earth and Io on Jupiter, and there's a very good reason for that we're going to be taking a look at here in just a minute.
All right, now I'm going to be able to show you the whole disk here. Here it is again. It's actually a little bit bigger than halfway across, so again I'm going with the other side a little bit here. We're going to select this, and we're going to copy it and move it to around the middle of the country where it went through. So if we had a satellite picture like we had with Jupiter, what would that look like? There we go. Look at that. Little teeny little dot. Little teeny Roseanne, Adana. Look at that. Now, let's compare that to Jupiter. Yeah, there's a little bit difference, huh? And you know, if we have to, well, let's do this. Let's look at the difference here. Now, you're going to say, "Oh, you're not showing all the Jupiter." Well, go look at my other video, and go to the Jet Propulsion Laboratory site that I left a link to, where you can see the entire disk. But let's compare Jupiter's size to the Earth. Here we go. Look at all these Earths that can fit into the side of Jupiter. All right. So how big would the speck be? All right. There is no comparison. Only cognitive dissonance would allow you to destroy your own thinking here and say, oh, they're pretty much comparable, Rich. There's a little bit different angles and the umbra. Oh, yeah, umbra penumbra. Let's get into that, because this is the heart of the meat of the matter right here. Okay, back to the video that was sent to me. Now, granted, this is going to sound a little weird pulling in the Kennedy assassination here, but...
So you think pulling in the Kennedy assassination in the middle of a presentation about eclipses is a little weird? Just out of curiosity, Rich, what do you think really weird would be?
Probably listening to this video, watching this video, has seen the assassination of Kennedy, where he was shot and his head went back and to the left, and the front right part of his head was blown off. And yet, because the government said that it was a lone assassin in the back, this guy right here, Lee Harvey Oswald, just because the government said that, most other people believed it, and the CIA came up with the term conspiracy theory to degrade anyone who actually wanted to use their logic. You see, logic tells you that if your head goes back and to the left, that means you were shot in the front right. So there are some people that actually use their logic and were able to tell before the 2018 release of the CIA files that show that, yes, indeed, there was an assassin in the front. And you can look that up. That was released by Trump, I believe, about a year ago. So, or 2 years ago. And there's still more to be released there also. What can our logic tell us about the umbra penumbra? Are we making an assumption that just like the Kennedy assassination, that what the government tells us And NASA is most definitely an offshoot of the government. Just because what NASA tells us, it's true, even though do our senses tell us this? Do we just accept everything blindly, like 90% at least of the people did with Kennedy's assassination? Well, let's take a look at it real quick. All right, now I have to use a disclaimer. Do not use a local light that's inside the house or inside your garage or something like that. If I did that, I would be absolutely hammered without end. We don't need to use an artificial light. All we have to do is use the real sun. Here's the argument. It's always because the sun is larger, than the object that is blocking the sun, we get this umbra-penumbra effect. And particularly the effect we get with the the solar eclipses. And we have the shadow, as you can see here, comes down to a point, and then it goes the other way. Totally ridiculous, but we're not going to get into that. I've gotten to that in other videos. Because what's ridiculous about it is, at 93 million miles, the rays are virtually parallel, and they do not spread out in space without an atmosphere.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. You had this graphic up a minute ago. It shows the sun and the eclipsing body, the moon, the earth, Io, whatever is causing the eclipse. The eclipse occurs to the right of that body, over here where I've shaded it in blue, not between the sun and the eclipsing body. If you're within the area defined as the penumbra, you will see a partial eclipse. If you're in the area defined as the antumbra, you'll see an annular eclipse. And if you're within the umbra, you see a total eclipse. You've got this point confused with that point. And this graphic is completely wrong. Here is the sun. This is the moon, or Io, or the earth for that matter, if we're talking about a lunar eclipse. And the blue sphere I've drawn in here is the Earth or Jupiter, for instance. This is not a focal point. Those lines simply show the extents of the rays of light as they come from the sun, passing the eclipsing body. That's all that's meant to show. This is where the umbra is. This is where the total eclipse takes place. This is the penumbra. This is where you see a partial eclipse. Got it?
So that's not the argument here, though. But all you have to have is a larger sun and a smaller moon or a smaller blocking object. That is the whole thing. If you look up light physics, so to speak, with the sun and with the eclipses, they will always say, oh, if it's a larger object, like the sun, it's going to produce the umbra-penumbra, just like we supposedly have with eclipses. Let's look at something local using the same sun that is used in eclipses. Now, this is simply a telephone pole that I shot earlier today. And in the next video, you're going to see how the shadow does.
We seem to be confusing light stanchions with telephone poles. Maybe that's where the problem is.
In length. And this is the actual physics that we can actually prove ourselves in person. So let's take a look at it from a purely scientific and observational point of view. What do we have here? No matter what object we use on Earth, it's going to be smaller than the sun. So we've got a larger sun blocking any object that blocks it is going to be smaller. So we don't have to worry about having an object that's larger than the sun. And let's just say we had a blocking object that was located here. So here we have an object. And what if we were somewhere in here? What kind of shadow size should we see according to this diagram? Well, we should have something like that, right? Sounds logical. Because the argument is the farther you're up in the cone, the larger the shadow that would be produced. That's why supposedly we have a 10,000 mile and greater shadow on Jupiter because it's a little bit farther up the cone.
The problem Thrive and Survive has is not being able to comprehend the size of the solar system. Now what you see on the screen right now, this is AutoCAD. What looks like just a white line up here at the top is actually representing the sun way over here on the left and Jupiter way over here on the right. The much shorter magenta lines that you see here at the bottom, again, would be the sun and Earth at about that position. Let's zoom in a little bit. Now you can start to see the sun. There's the sun. And I picked the date of August the 21st of 2017. That was the last full solar eclipse here in the U.S. that I'm aware of. It was a really good one for me because it occurred right here where I live. And on that particular day, the distance to the sun was 94,022,000 miles. So I've drawn that to scale. And if we zoom in over here, the red circle is the orbit of the moon, which during that time frame, the moon's orbit was 231,826 miles in diameter, or at least that was the distance from the Earth to the moon. Now I need to clean up the view resolution. Pardon me just a moment while I do that. If we don't do that, we don't get very good clean looking circles. Let's zoom in a little bit. There's the moon, represented at 231,826 miles from Earth. And again, I've drawn lines from the top and the bottom edges of the sun tangent to the moon, and those lines will define the umbra and penumbra. So let's go over to the Earth and see what happens. Well, the umbra would have had a diameter of 74.9 miles. If you check the data, you'll find out that's pretty close. The penumbra, the magenta lines, is really huge, but you know that. You know that you can see a partial eclipse for in a very, very large area of the Earth. That diameter is 4,259 miles. This perfectly demonstrates how the very small umbra works with the geometry of our Earth and our moon and our distance to the sun. Now something completely different happens when we look at Jupiter. Again, here's the sun. But now Jupiter is about 5 times as far away from the sun as the Earth is. On the other hand, Jupiter's moon Io, you see here, which is slightly larger than our moon, is actually a little bit closer to Jupiter. But the geometry is such, by virtue of the fact that it is so much further away from the sun, the lines really are very nearly parallel. Again, I've drawn 2 sets of lines. It's hard to see here, but when we move over to where they intersect the surface of Jupiter, there you go. For Jupiter, the umbra is 1,876 miles in diameter, and the penumbra is 2,654 miles. So a much, much larger umbra for Jupiter. Now those views from the Juno spacecraft are really hard to duplicate. We don't know exactly how far the spacecraft was from the surface, etc., etc. I thought a better demonstration might be using Earth-based observations. Here's an observation that was made by Astronomy Now. And you can see the moon Io, and there's the shadow Io is casting. and the moon Ganymede up here, and Ganymede's shadow. I have drawn a little white circle here representing the umbra for Io's shadow. Let's superimpose that on top of what we see here and see how it matches. Perfectly. Let me turn it back off. Turn it back on. A perfect match. So there's nothing inconsistent about this, Mr. Thrive and Survive. This is exactly what we expect.
So what if we were further down here, let's say in here, what size shadow should we have there? Yeah, something like that, right? So the closer we get to this focal point, the smaller the shadow would be. And then, of course, when we come out on the other side, the further we get away from it, the larger the shadow should be also. Logical, right? Makes sense. So if we have an object that is blocking sunlight, it should have the properties of that should go down to almost nothing, and then we should see that shadow come back out larger again on the other side. The properties of that should go down to almost nothing, and then we should see that shadow come back out larger again on the other side.
No, just no. Hey, if you made it this far, thanks for watching. Please don't forget to hit the like and subscribe buttons, and there's a link to the Patreon. You'll find that up in the description. I guess we'll catch you guys on the next one. Hey, Gladys, that's about as much stupid as I can put up with for one day. We're out of here.
Yeah, because you always get shadows on the other side of the planet, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, basically what he's suggesting is that that shadow is going to keep growing exponentially out into space. So all the space behind that planet is going to be in shadow. Okay, then.
Yeah, eventually the moon can somehow or the other eclipse the entire goddamn universe.
Yeah, from behind it. Yeah, exactly. Oh, God.
I did a debunking of this a few months ago with that same image, but I found that they were talking about the image in a different way than what he was. In a way, I don't even know who was. It might have been.
Yeah,
was it him or was it Ranty or somebody?
Well, he said in there that he did something on Jupiter a while back. I didn't even go and look for it. This video is one he put out yesterday, actually.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, because I've seen that image. There was a few episodes back that I did this.
Yeah, he's done a couple of videos on that whole IO thing now, hasn't he? I think.
Well, I know it's not the first time he's gotten the eclipse all screwed up. I did a video, a debunk on him.
Do you remember who that was, Peter? Who had that video with that image in it? It wasn't Thrive and Survive, was it?
I
Originally,
don't think it was him.
Originally,
his original video, he kept calling it EO.
That's right.
Yes, that's correct.
And that's what I said, how can you get the name of IO wrong when it's spelled I-O?
I don't think it was actually this video, Terry, but he's used the same footage and then corrected himself and corrected what he was saying, as in what he was calling everything, and that's one of the reasons why he got the two shadows correctly named this time, because that was another thing he got wrong last time.
Slice Bar Kane's covered it, hasn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, thought so.
I don't even know which episode of my streams that was. We did this. I don't know how I could find that.
was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Oh, so you were the first to debunk it then, Terry?
Well, no one else had done it, and it was the first time we'd seen it, and
it didn't make sense back there because he got all the names of everything wrong.
I figured out what his problem was, and I worked it out live. Didn't take me very long.
His problem is he's an idiot.
Peter, are you honestly saying that the Flurf actually got some things wrong? Really? Oh.
Yeah, I know it's hard to believe. I know. It's so hard to believe that there is a possibility and chance that they've got their beliefs and facts mixed up.
Yeah, Thrive and Survive's video was a month ago when he first covered the shadow of Io.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
About a month. It's a month ago.
Strive and connive.
Lie and connive.
Lie and connive. Yeah.
I don't generally pay too much attention to that nitwit.
Reviews. I mean, I know they're all idiots, but he is
extra special.
Oh, he is. Yeah.
And there's another one that does it with confidence as well. You can be an idiot with confidence. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, he is one of those that's really riding the top of that curve. You know.
Yeah, the Dunning-Kruger curve. Yeah.
He's been surfing the peak of that wave for a long time.
Oh, he's got a ton of subs too.
Oh yeah, he's so utterly convinced that he's right. I mean, he's got. Let's have a quick look. He's on 53,000 subs.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't watch him very often because usually when I go to his channel, all I would see is him sitting in his car wearing his tank top and talking to his cell phone, and
or he's out in that park or whatever it is. Yeah.
Yeah. There's nothing much to debunk about that.
I mean, I just had a look on his about section on his YouTube page, and it says that Mr. Thrive and Survive, I don't address globe Earth arguments simply because there is no solid, actual scientific proof that the Earth is a spinning globe. NASA pictures are not proof. Proof comes from scientific experiments such as the Aries failure experiment, Michelson-Morley experiments, etc., which show a non-moving geocentric model. And that's all you need to know. He hasn't got a clue what he's on about.
Oh, so basically he's cherry-picking only certain experiments, but all other experiments are null and void. Only the ones he likes.
So I'd just like to point out that this time, what he's saying, in essence, and we'll just break it down to the simplest facts, is if I took a picture of blue tomorrow, that is not evidence that blue is real. I would have to do an experiment to prove that blue is real.
Yeah.
It's just, while we can't accept photography as evidence because, well, it's photography.
What's your independent variable in proving that blue is real? Because how are you going to wiggle realness or life?
I wiggle how much open or close my my light exposure is. Geez, I don't know. Geez, it just does my head in. I don't understand how they can be so dishonest.
I honestly think this guy really just isn't that smart. I mean, I really think he has that much trouble trying to understand this stuff.
It does sound like he could do with coming up with his own experiment to prove that he's alive and the independent variable is the caliber of bullet.
Well, I have turned around and said to a flat earther, I think it was on, I can't remember if it was on Jose or Jim Panner's server, and I asked them just a simple question. Okay, so you're not prepared to accept any documentation or anything that comes from a government authority to prove that the Earth is a globe and the Earth is rotating. And I said, well, I turned this question back onto you. Can you prove to me that you exist without using any government authorized documentation and or without using the camera on your computer. And they're going, oh, well, you can hear my voice. Oh, no, that can be, that could be nothing more than an AI. That's not proof. That's not evidence. You may have a really, you may be nothing more than a really sophisticated computer that's operating with this fantastic program that makes you sound alive.
Why did the meatballs tell the spaghetti to go to sleep?
What?
It's pasta bedtime.
Exactly.
What are the meatballs? What?
You were talking about synthetic voices, so I thought I'd do this. Hey Siri, tell me a joke. Oh, wait a minute. That wasn't come through the speaker. Hey Siri, tell me a joke.
Why do bees have sticky hair? Honeycombs.
Yeah. Wait a minute, let's see if this is better. Okay, Google, tell me a joke.
Okay, here you go. Where do cows go to have fun? To the movies.
Oh my god. Jesus. At least it adds sound effects to that. Jesus.
No.
Dad jokes.
Speaking of soundboards, where's Alan? He should be doing that.
Yeah.
Tell Google to teach you some Klingon.
Alan. No, Alan's offline.
That's funny. Can't talk.
I'll find my video another time. It's got me beat now.
Lou, I've got a quick question if you're still there. What's the distance variance in the lunar cycle? How close does it get? How far away? What's the variance there? In its orbit.
At perigee, it's around I'd have to look it up. Stingray, it's around 220,000. I think it goes out as far as maybe 250.
Oh wow! So it's quite it's quite a chunk.
Yeah. Average is 238.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's why they take the average. Yeah, 238.
Yeah. It's very much elliptical.
But that kind of distance doesn't actually make that much of a difference on the shadow that it casts, really.
It actually does.
Does it?
Yeah, it surprised me too.
Wait a minute, but if it's 75 miles, surely that's less than a mile, because obviously it'd be fractional based on over the distance to the sun. So that's
if you go out to apogee with it at 250,000 miles, pretty much regardless of where the sun, how far you are from the sun at that point, you're going to see you won't have a penumbra. You'll have an annular eclipse.
Oh wow!
And that does happen.
Oh wow! Yeah, because I did my model just based on that 238 figure.
Yeah. If you do it based on 238,000 and 93 million, the two normal standard numbers
that's what
we use, you'll end up with a penumbra of 50 miles.
Cool.
That's actually what it comes out to. And I did that and I thought, now what the hell's wrong with this? So I went back and I looked all that stuff up. How far away were we from the sun on that day? How far away was the moon? Then I put the real numbers in, redrew the thing, and damn, it comes out, 74.5 miles. It's amazing. But way out there at Jupiter, it doesn't make much difference at all. By then, light rays are just about parallel.
Is that for the sheer fact that Io is so far away from the sun itself, Blue? Or
yeah, exactly. Well, you've reduced the angular size of the sun by 80%.
crickets.
It does.
I think Rich,
I was just going to say it does. Sorry.
Sorry, Stingray. I was just saying. I think Rich is going to bed.
Okay. Night, Rich.
I was going to say, I don't know why flat. See you later, Rich. I don't know why flat earthers don't.
I'm still listening.
I don't know
All
why.
right, Rich. See you later.
I don't know why they don't like take simultaneous photos of the moon, even at different latitudes in the United States, just to disprove the latitude angle correlation. I guess if they did that and then proved that there was a correlation and that they are stood at different angles to that object, they wouldn't really publicize it, or would they? Or do they just not care? Is it an effort thing?
Effort.
I mean, we couldn't really do it here in the UK, but in the States you could.
I don't know why they. It's not that hard to find somebody that's got, and you don't need any skills. You need the most basic knowledge of a program like AutoCAD to make an actual a drawing to scale to see what's going on. Why they insist on wanting to use these damn little 8.5 by 11 cartoons, it is beyond me.
Although I had to, what I didn't like yesterday is, and it was part of an EDU site. There was if anybody watched Jose's live stream yesterday, that were you there, farmers?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you see that diagram about the mirage that just decided to shift the ocean up and create a reflection?
Yeah, that because when that came up on the screen, you sort of looked at it and thought, well, hang on a minute, something didn't look right. And then when you came in and sort of said, well, hang on a minute, and it was like, oh yeah, I knew there something wasn't right about it, but
yeah, it was. Yeah, but that's from an EDU site.
Yes.
And it's like, why? Whoever did that diagram, surely that should have been checked by a professor in that field or someone higher up in that educational field to say, hang about, this doesn't depict mirages at all.
No.
This depicts a biblical flood.
Yeah. I mean, EDU sites are supposed to be, you should be able to trust them, but clearly not.
I wasn't. I didn't actually want to join, but I just felt, oh my God, I have to now. That's just ridiculous.
I'm afraid that's another of those internet myths. Just because it says .edu doesn't necessarily mean anything.
Oh yeah, and that is a prime example.
There's not a thing in the world stopping me from creating the I don't know shit.edu site.
Yeah.
And people see that and think it means something. It doesn't mean anything.
Did you see it, Blue? Did you see what did you see that stream?
I did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did
ridiculous.
I didn't fully understand. Had they messed around with that, or?
I'll show you. I'll show you because I've got it here. Give me a sec. Let's share this. So I screen captured it, so it's not brilliant quality. But this is what they've got. If someone could find the EDU site, I'd actually just go get the image. But they're depicting this line. Where you got cold air, warm air, and you got warmer water, colder air at the top, so you're going to get this inversion. But then what they do is they simply raise the water up and shove a reflection on it. That is not how this crap works.
No, it doesn't do that.
I mean, it mirrors the sky.
You may get the mirror of the sky.
Yeah,
that's what you'll get down there. But
the daft thing is, this is being presented on an EDU site, and it's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And just for the sake of it, I shall correct this diagram in real time. So what have we got? We've got here, which is actually where the water line is. And then we have got here, which is where the inversion would be. But yeah, this just annoyed the hell out of me. So let's flip this. No, not that way. Vertical.
Vertical.
Can you believe I mistook vertical for horizontal then?
It's your own, yeah. Sure. That's your other horizontal. There you go.
Yeah, the other. It's the other right. It's the other horizontal. Flip vertical. There we go. Right. So yeah. So what we would actually see
is that right?
Yeah.
That's what an inferior mirage looks like.
Yeah. So, but like I say, in fact, I would go a few steps more, and I'd say this is what an inferior mirage looks like so, and like so. That's what an inferior mirage looks like. But for an EDU site not to get this is just like ridiculous. And all they've got is, oh, it raises the water up. No. No, it doesn't.
No, it does not.
Yeah, that really did. That annoyed me.
Yeah, that I saw that part of it, and I understood what you were doing.
Yeah.
What you were saying. I didn't know how they got to that point.
Yeah, it's just. But I mean, yeah, I can't blame flat earthers for that when they look at an EDU site and then take this as an example of, because the worst thing is this is probably the one diagram on the internet on an EDU site that supports that the water rises up and hides things from the bottom. And it's like, no, that's not how this crap works. This really isn't. But yeah, whoever drew that needs getting rid of and replacing.
Yeah.
I didn't actually watch the rest of that live stream. Anything else good happen?
No. In the word, no.
I think Lemon Bird was in there, wasn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, that's why I didn't get in.
Yeah, I think Chris needs to, Lale needs to stop going to your eyeballs and vision and just concentrating on that, because it's ridiculous. It's like farmers. I'm going to describe to you what I'm looking at right now. It's green and it kind of looks like fur. It's on the ground, and then there's a tree, and then I've got a fence, and then there's right angles on the fence, and then on the left hand side there's like planting beds. Have I communicated a correct vision of what I'm perceiving right now? No, it's impossible.
I know.
Jesus.
I know.
But if I send you a photo, that's completely different. Here, look at this.
And there were plenty of times yesterday before I bailed out when I was just sitting there going, just shut up and let them bloody finish. Stop fucking interrupting. Oh.
It's just, if anybody ever has eyeballs, just get away from them. It's pointless.
Yeah, we must always trust our eyes, always, at all times.
Oh, yeah.
Go build a house and trust your eyes. Build by building a house. Yeah, okay.
Now, it's painful enough to listen to them, but when you interrupt them, they start over again. You got to listen to it all over again.
Yeah, so just you know they're
just
talking
shut up,
crap,
let
just
them
let
go.
them get it out. Yeah, let them get it out, and then you can move on. But
Yep.
Yeah, but Blue, sometimes it's really hard. I know I'm really bad for not letting people talk, because I kind of know what they're going to say. And when they start just repeating, like, I get pissed off with my mum when she says something that she didn't need to say, because she's wasted my time and hers. So I actually go to her and say, Mum, you don't have to look up at the sky and go, the sky is blue. It's pointless. I know it is. Everybody knows it is. And when someone like a flat earther goes, oh, well, do you know what perspective is? Perspective is where we know things get smaller in the distance. It's like, oh my God, why are you saying this? Why are you wasting my life and yours? And it annoys the hell out of me.
I think they're just trying to show you that they know.
I love it how you say, Stingray, you're like, I wasn't going to join, but I just had to. There's something wrong.
Nobody pointed it out. nobody pointed it out. So they're like, "Ugh, damn it!" And then I had to go back and I had to screen capture it, and then I had to jump on there and show them. So yeah. No, I listened. I work constantly at the moment. I work like 18-hour days in my home office.
Yeah.
And I listen to it in the background.
Yeah.
And every now and then I'll glance over and watch the screen as well. But then I'll carry on working. And it was just like I glanced over and it was a double take at the screen at that diagram, and they're like, "Oh my god!" And then I quickly opened Photoshop and the video had moved on, so then I had to reverse it and then capture that, and then
No, it's good because I think now we're at a time with the flat Earth argument where they can't explain the stars, they can't explain the celestial objects, they won't admit them, the planets are spherical as well with moons. They're focusing on these things like this black swan, which was categorically put to bed and roasted by Blue. Great work, by the way, Blue. And
Thank you.
Very, very clear, for someone like me to understand. And then that's all denied, and then more people, so in a time when all this discussion about observation is coming up, and then you get a diagram that's not making sense, it's good that you did correct it, and very impressive doing it on the fly here and changing it all. That was
Blue,
awesome.
Blue, sorry, I don't actually watch flat Earth videos. I know, because it's reality TV for me. And reality TV is not watching reruns. It's like live reality TV is the best, and that's what I class flat Earth. Flat Earth debates and stuff and panels.
Yeah.
I'm not that interested in videos, so I'm really sorry, Blue. But in your habitat video thing that you did you actually infer that to create that you would have to have a concave Earth?
No, I didn't go that far with it.
Right. Okay.
What I tried to convey basically is that image is so poor. You could argue all kinds of things. It's really a perfect example of the sort of observation that goes straight to the trash bin. Period. You don't need to even look at it. It's just nonsense.
Oh no, I'm with you on that. But when people do look at it and they look at it, blindly and say, "Haha, look, flat Earth." I think I did it on Terra's, and I think I did it on Al K's panel. I think you were there as well. Is that Rumpus when Rumpus didn't get parallel lines and horizon line, but the rigs in the background, it's quite simple to say, the elevation height is, let's say, 1 meter. 1 meter off those rigs' base doesn't equal the horizon line. Why not? Why is it higher? Concave Earth.
Right.
Job done.
Yeah, it would have to be. It would have to be that horizon that they're pointing to would have to indicate that the thing is concave. You've gone over you've gone over unity with the K. That's the only way to get that. It makes no sense.
No, there is one other possibility. The Earth is concave.
Oh yeah, well, okay. I forgot about that. Yeah.
I'm going to do a concave Earth model. No, I'm not. Okay,
What I want to continue to hammer them with, and I'm going to, is an explanation of how in the hell on a flat Earth can you ever have a horizon in front of any object? How can that be? That cannot happen.
Yeah, that's my favorite argument.
If the Earth is flat, the horizon has always got to be behind any object that you see. It has to be. It cannot be in front of it. And we've got millions of examples of horizons blocking other, objects and things.
Yeah.
That's impossible on a flat Earth. And they won't touch that one with a 10-foot pole. They don't dare. They've not made any effort whatsoever to try to come up with any kind of explanation. Well, because they can't.
No. There was a Ballbusters episode regarding that, and I think I watched 30 seconds of it, and I was like, I can't do this. I can't, I can't do this long, dribble. But nobody has conceded, and that's the point. And it's real funny, Blue, when like someone like Spurs Schemo copies parts of your video or screenshots or something from someone else, no one copies in the Modus Tollens piece at the end. No one, so I always edit in there, like, what about this one? This came after it in the video, with a timestamp and everything, it's so funny. Just great work on that.
Yes, Quantum Erasure is such a disingenuous, lying son of a bitch. You hear that, Kiwi, if you're listening?
It's awesome. Just have a joke with him and then put him on mute, but tell him you're doing so before you do it.
Oh, yeah, he loved that. How dare you mute him?
Oh, that was so good the other day. Thing, right? When you said, "Well, we're not gonna go." Well, I've already muted him because that's just ridiculous. You're gonna mute me? It was so good.
But I did actually mute him, so I had no idea what he was saying. But I knew he was saying loads of stuff.
Yeah.
But then they kicked me off the Discord.
Yeah, he realized he didn't have the power anymore, because when you're listening to him, then you're the ass clown or whatever. But it was funny. It was real. That's on Trolls versus
Well,
Trolls.
I was there to have just a conversation. Weren't there to fight with anybody, and then I've got this little child that's going wah, 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 God, wah, 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 and it's like, what?
But the original conversation you were going to have or were having had nothing to do with the thing that you were attacking you with, right? You were there to talk about something else,
but the daft thing is, they I didn't know his plan at the time, but I couldn't be asked anyway because he's just a dick. But he was trying to get me to say loomed. That's the only word. So his entire plan for all of that was to get me to say the word loomed. And I said heavy refraction or extreme refraction. Citation, please. And I'm there like, you want a citation for a superlative of an effect that we know exists? What? It's like, oh well, I'll. And then I explained something. Oh, citation, please, citation. I'm there like, this is not a real nice conversation.
Yeah.
But the thing is, they just want you to say loom because they've got one definition that then says that references loomed relative to horizon, which means obviously you've got a conflict in saying the horizon is loomed up behind the horizon when the relative point for a definition is the horizon. But that's just one example. I just say, I don't give a shit what you call it. I'm calling it bending light and the apparent elevation of it in my view. I don't care what you call that. And I don't care whether it's a horizon, a silver bunny, or a unicorn. It does not matter.
It's refraction.
Yeah.
Now that's what I go with.
I actually said to him, I said, look, because I was open to it. I said, do you want to know my understanding of refraction? And I'll explain to you. No, it doesn't.
No.
And it's like, this is just weird. And then he started shouting, and I'm there like, look, I was having a nice conversation. Then he started shouting. I thought, yeah, I'm going to put you on mute now because this is going nowhere.
Yeah, well, that recording's out there in its totality, so you can hear what he was saying when you.
I don't think it is, because what actually happened was that the person who had the Discord thought I was still listening, even though I had actually muted him, and removed me from the Discord and said, I'm really sorry, I don't want you to hear this, to hear them arguing, it's pointless. And I think, Earl, I think he was actually having a massive argument with Earl as well after that. I probably didn't put him in a good mood by muting him, but Earl was actually saying to him, let people talk, let people have a discussion.
Yeah,
you always come in here, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, but what was the whole thing recorded, though?
That part about Earl, and then he told him to shut the F up, and then, I can't hear what he's saying, and then that's when you told him you muted him already, and he was like, you muted me?
Yeah, but there was 10 minutes after that I was still party to that he must have been going on, and he muted. There must have been some point where he was just really going on at Earl because he muted.
Okay.
His server muted Earl as well.
All
so
right.
it's like this dude is just crazy.
Yeah, no, he's very unstable.
But yeah, I'm never. If I ever converse with him again, I don't care about winning a debate on the shape of the Earth. I'm just going to see how upset I can make him.
Oh, that'd be great.
I've got a baseline now to go to. How high can I take that?
You know what? It wouldn't take much. He's always on edge because that gives him the idea that he's, because it's all this toe tag bullshit that they go through. And
has he ever debated anyone?
No, not outside of the flat Earth debate, I think. Because there he's got his mute button and all the rest of it. But he invited a guy called Zanuck on the other day onto 24/7 Discord, and there was like, I think it was $1,000 on the line to explain entropy, the difference between entropy, and then Zanuck beat him on that, so he put the double or nothing bet down, and Zanuck joined the show again and basically destroyed him live on the show. QE quickly moves past that into another topic so he can have a debate, and then removes Zanuck from the server, and then tells everyone that he won. And so when Zanuck returned, everyone's like, pay QE his money. It was just real underhanded tactics. But it's what you would expect.
I did a video back in December 30th that had something to do with this picture.
Oh.
So might just have a quick listen to see, because I'm trying to remember back then.
Wrong, I apologize. Io, which is around Jupiter, and our moon, which is around the Earth, right? So we're going to do a little comparison of this, and we're going to show you how NASA either lies about the moon, or it lies about Io, or what I think it lies about both. Now this is the first video where I'm not live. I'm going to be doing, adding many to many of my videos at the end. Just a quick, I'm going to call it a food for thought series. Just a little something. Today's going to be very short. Some of them may be more detail. The last one I did, I started it on my my last live video where I was talking about It's a Wonderful Life movie and its hidden meaning. So,
when has he ever done anything short? It's always drags out, and it takes him nearly half an hour to get to his point.
Well, they all
with
do
that being said, in the lower right-hand corner, I will have the timestamp where this will begin, and it's going to be called FFT, Food for Thought, so that if you want to end the video at that point, or if you just want to skip and get to that point, you can. So let's get into this and see how NASA catches itself lying once again. I'd like to thank my friend Charles in San Diego who sent me this picture. If he hadn't sent me this picture, I would have never gone down this path. Anyway, he sent this to me on my phone. I took a look at it, and just immediately, as soon as I looked at it, I was like, what is wrong with this picture? Something is not right. So this is what we're actually going to look at. What you're seeing is this is a shadow of Io on the planet Jupiter, which obviously under the shadow is a total eclipse, just like we had in North America here in, well, a couple years ago. What was it, 2017? So what we're going to do is we're going to see what is wrong with this picture. Go ahead and pause it if you want. There's more than one thing wrong with this picture, and I'll point out a couple of them. First of all, if the shadow is here, then the sun must be directly above it, but Jupiter is brighter on the right side than it is here. But that's not what we're going to be looking at right now. We're going to be looking at something much more important to us here on Earth. So what I'd like to do is compare Jupiter's moon Io to Earth's moon. its size and its relative distance from the planet itself. Let's take a look. Okay, this is the meat of the presentation here. Pay attention to this part. The following can be found at space-facts.com, and then /the moon for the moon, and then /moons/EO/ for EO moon facts. This is for people who can do all kind of research to debunk you until you come up with something that debunks them. Then suddenly they can't do any research. You didn't provide a link. Anyway, this is for those people. So let's look at the diameter of the moon, and we're going to compare the diameter of the moon to that of EO. This is in kilometers, so we're just going to stick with kilometer. And it's 3,475 kilometers away from the Earth on average. And we're going to get into the distance from the Earth in a minute, but here's EO, 3,643 kilometers. So EO, 3,643 versus 3,475.
So the video you just got, Blue, so he's basically just repeating himself, but just in a different way then, for the recent one, because he's just taking stuff from this, but then he was talking about the penumbra umbra in the recent one. This one he was talking about something different. Video.
They're almost identical. Got 2 letters in its name, I and O. It's IO. Why? Because he keeps. Oh, it's really annoying me. I don't know why, but it's really bugging me out.
EO.
Every time he says EO, I want to get a punch in the screen.
Oh, tell me about it. What a moron.
In size,
brother.
150 kilometers difference. Not too much difference.
What size?
So let's look at the specifics down here.
Correct me.
So the diameter of the moon, 3475 versus 3673. We just looked at that. The distance, the moon is closer to the Earth than EO is to Jupiter. 384,000 kilometers versus 421,800 kilometers. Still relatively close for both of them. No big.
Dumb son of a bitch. That's to the center, you stupid bastard. You know how big Jupiter is? Jesus fucking Christ. I'm sorry. Get out. Get out the cuss.
Okay, Blue. How much bigger is Jupiter compared to Earth?
About 10 times, I think.
Yeah, at least.
Difference. However, this is pretty cool because our moon is 95.3% the size of EO. So it's just 5% smaller. But it is 9% closer to the Earth than EO is to Jupiter. The shadow cast, the sun eclipse.
I thought EO. He's got me saying it now. I thought IO was closer.
It is, but he's quoting when they state these distances. They're talking about center to center, not edge to edge. Stupid bastard. Good God.
Should be roughly only 8.5% size difference from each other. What I did was I just took the difference in size and then the difference in closeness, and I divided the percentage.
What a moron.
And came.
What did you pick up on?
What a friggin' moron.
Yeah, that's you, Blue, I think, in this.
Yeah. The distance is not from the frigging surface of the Earth to the moon. It's from the center of the Earth to the moon. It's not from the surface of Jupiter to the EO. It's from the center of... Oh, God. Now you got me doing it. Apparently, I got pissed.
Jupiter is... I think...
we had Alan in here too.
Jupiter's about 80 times as big.
Alan.
Yeah, God almighty. This is typical of Mr. Lion Connive.
So these distances where it says 3,400, that's the 3,000.
That's the diameter of it.
I mean the 384,000. That's from center of
That's
the Earth
center to center.
Center to center.
To the center of the moon, yeah. That's the center of the Earth to the orbit of the moon. That's the center of Jupiter to the orbit of Io or Io. I think that is the way it's supposed to be pronounced.
It's Io, I think.
No,
Yeah.
I think it's pretty normally IO.
Oh, great! This is right here is where he's going to get this thing all screwed up.
Okay.
8.5% difference. So a very small difference in the actual diameter of the shadow that would be cast on each object. All right, does that make sense? So they're almost virtually identical. So we had a 70-mile wide total shadow on the Earth. What did we have on Jupiter? Well, they don't tell us, but that's okay. So even if it's, instead of 8.5%, let's go with 10%. We always bleed towards the other side, don't we? So a 70-mile wide shadow of the moon on the Earth times 10% equals 7 miles. So we should have a 77-mile wide shadow of Io on Jupiter.
No.
So just a little bit bigger shadow. So let's go with 77 miles instead of 70. No big deal, right? Let us go back to our photograph. All right, do you see the lie? The first lie is there's absolutely no penumbra in this picture. Absolutely none. The only thing you get when you zoom in right
Except
here,
for that fuzzy part around the edge. Except for that fuzzy part around the edge, yeah, there's no penumbra.
That's okay,
Second lie
Stingray.
is, I think I know what I'm saying.
I've definitely got to get this swear jar set up.
artistically needs to be done to make it look right in a drawing or a picture. And this is exactly what we see with any shadow. There's about a 1% of the outside of the edge will diffuse like this. This is not, this diffuse part, this is not hundreds of times larger than the umbra that we are told always exists. There is no umbra on, there's no penumbra on Jupiter whatsoever. But the main problem is, look how huge this shadow is. We said 10% difference. Let's give it 100% difference. Let's give it 200% difference. Let's say it should be 250 miles away. I mean, wide, 250 miles wide. What do you think of that? Well, let's take a picture of Jupiter and overlay it. Watch this. I'm overlaying a picture. Okay, and I'm going to go back. There's Jupiter. I'm making it, it's actually a little smaller. Can you see how it gets smaller? This new picture of Jupiter. This picture, and then this picture, a little bit smaller. So I'm making Jupiter a little bit smaller. Again, helping out the other side. I'm not going quite as big as the planet itself. So why am I doing this with this? Okay, let's find out. Let's take this, because this is a comparison of the Earth. There's the Earth in comparison. So this right here is the Earth, but yet if we go here, oh, do you see the problem?
Yeah. I said,
yeah, you're an idiot.
Yeah, you.
Yeah. And that doesn't go for much longer after that. We don't need to strain our brain anymore to watch that video.
Well, that picture right there, the close-up picture was taken from the Juno spacecraft, and that thing was making a pass, I think, at about 8,000 miles above the surface of Jupiter at the time. So you're not seeing anywhere near all of Jupiter. You're just seeing a little part of it.
Yeah, I thought it had something to do with the camera that took the photo. It may have made it look bigger. That's what I was thinking it was.
It is. That's part of it. But the simple fact that the camera is situated so close to the surface of Jupiter, and Jupiter is, you know, just like us standing on the ground. I mean, we only see a circle that's 3 miles in diameter, 3 mile radius.
I thought it might have been something to do with the camera effect, like I showed here, when you take when you zoom in on something that's back.
In terms of volume, I mean, just to give you an example, you can fit 1,300 Earths inside Jupiter. It's freaking huge.
Yeah, but if you were able to go stand on the surface of it, it's 6 miles in diameter.
Yeah, exactly.
Stuff about...
Or a little bit more than that because its radius is much bigger, but...
Yeah.
And 1.3 million Earths inside the sun.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Nah.
Not that much.
Yeah. We've been going for, how long have we been going for today? Yeah, we're coming up to the 6 hour mark, so we've got 15 minutes to wind up.
Wind down, you mean? Or wind up, I suppose your point of view, doesn't it? Wind down, wind up.
Well, wind up, yeah, well I could wind people up.
Yeah, I know you can.
Wrap up and wind down.
Yeah.
Finish up.
Yeah,
wind up.
That's about it. And we've got an Ozzie Butterfield. How long does he go for? He goes for 11 minutes.
Ooh.
Yeah, okay, we'll squeeze Isaac in, I think, for the last. Yeah.
Excellent.
We finished with Bob, didn't we? The 3 poor quality sound.
I think so, yes.
Yeah, that was terrible. That when I speak to Bob, I'm gonna have a go at him.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was out of his hands, wasn't it? Because it was Matey Boy's microphone. I think he got it shoved down his jumper or something.
I don't know if he even done any testing before he done the actual interview to see what his sound would have been like. I don't know if he might have done it on the fly and just all of a sudden that was it. That's what he had to put up with. I don't want to get into that type of stuff.
No.
Another Antoff one. What's that one? Oh, that's 11 minutes. Concave, flat Earth. Another concave Earther wants to talk. Yeah. That's for too long. Oh, we'll play. What's Isaac's last one? Not sure what that is. TikTok, please stop. I've got no idea what this is. That was yesterday's. Where's today's? Usually he has one out every day, doesn't he? Last. Yeah, that must have been the last one. Okay. Now go, Isaac. Wait a minute. Go back. Wind back. Here we go. Oh. Sorry, Peanut Gallery, I didn't have it going for you. Here we go.
You know, I've always wondered at what age I would absolutely hate everything in the world that is new to me. And the answer to that question is 26 years old. My current age, because I've got the shits. TikTok has nothing short of taken over the globe. And if you don't know what TikTok is, it's an app where mainly young kids film themselves doing little dances and lip syncing to shit and all that type of bullshit that no one in the real world gives a fuck about. But it's not just little kids anymore. It turns out it's adults as well, including me. I'm on TikTok. I know, shame on me, but you gotta get that TikTok clout. And if you know what clout means, it's fame or attention or whatever. Alright? People are after that TikTok clout because it's fucking easy. All you have to do, basically, if you're a young chick, all you have to do is get your tits out, right? That's how you get it. But other people have to try and be sort of creative. And then there's the other people who do fucking terrible videos, and they're the ones we're going to showcase today. But before we do that, ladies and gentlemen, this video is brought to you by a brand new sponsor. I wrote it down here. Raid Shadow Legends! Are you sick of boring and just terribly shitty games that you have to play on your phone to pass the time? Well, I know I am. But not every RPG game has got to be this little crappy cartoon looking rubbish, because ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to the great Raid Shadow Legends. This game has taken YouTubers' bank accounts by storm. Sorry, the gaming world by storm. It is the best game that I've ever played. It's absolutely incredible. It's one of the best rated games on the App Store and Google Play Store.
Look at these graphics. They are absolutely incredible. Wow. Hey, you're doing not bad. Hey, doing baby.
He even does his sponsored parts in his own style.
Holy dooly, have a go at this guy. Almost looks like a Watchman sort of guy. That is Mystic Hand. Not bad, mate. Not bad at all. Have a go at him.
What I love about the game is the realism and the graphics. They're out of this realm, and now you can play Raid both on mobile and your desktop. The game is cross-device, so you can play as the same user between devices. So what are you waiting for? Check out in the description below. Click on the special links, and if you're a new player, you'll get 100,000 silver plus 1 free champion, the Hexweaver. All the treasure will be waiting for you right here. So good luck, and I'll see you there, ladies and gentlemen. But this offer's only available for 30 days, so hurry up! So I've spent some time this week on TikTok, and I've gathered together the biggest pieces of shit that I could find on TikTok for you good people to sit at home and go, you know what, my life's not that bad.
Get that one for you.
What the fuck is this prick doing? Oh, I don't like this at all. What are you talking about? What are you two trying to keep warm? Is it a dick? Is it a dick?
Well, I guess that's one way of keeping it warm. Ooh, they're still toasty.
Not gonna save me, no.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give to you TikTok. Fuck them to the moon. That's fucking gross, and that's the type of shit that this app is built on. This guy is apparently what we're talking about now, and I should try to explain what this type of TikTok is. It's where the TikToker tries to jump into the pool, but not actually into the pool, and just sort of grazes his feet over the water. It's supposed to show how nimble and how amazing he is, right? So this large man with no teeth and a complexion that only a mother could love is about to do it.
That's how you do it.
What the fuck is going on with that gentleman's feet? Is he in World War I and got fucking trench foot or something? That is outrageous. This man is the embodiment, the personification, if you will, of every single dole bludger in Australia. Every single man who refuses to work and just be's a big fat mess and eats massive meat pies for breakfast, lunch and dinner and smashes down as much oat fucking chocolate milk as he can, right? And ends up on a current affair and then becomes a TikTok sensation. Oh, and the dude you see buying LA Cola at Coles or Woolies. If you buy LA Cola, you should be ashamed of yourself.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Right, this is a new viral trend where people show how trendy they are, how hot they are, and you get a hot couple or a hot dude or a hot chick, and they walk in there and go, Monday, look how hot I am. Tuesday, look how big me tits are. Oh, Wednesday, can you see me bulge in me pants? Well, you know what? Fuck that shit. I'll show you a real man's fucking Monday through Sunday. Here it is.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Oh my God, this man needs a mental health plan.
In honor of Australia Day, I will be punching myself in the face very fucking hard.
What?
I'm gonna do this.
There's a right way to go viral on TikTok. Like, be a hot bird, or some dude that's sponsored by Red Bull and does a backflip off a goat and lands on a bull's dick. Something like that. But this is not the right way to do it. If you're trying to get... And I know a lot of people do this type of shit on the internet. If you're trying to get fame from doing stupid shit, not even stupid shit, like that's not entertaining, watching some dude punch himself in the fucking head. What the fuck's wrong with you, dude?
Anyway, it is.
Thankfully, there's more of him.
So about 4 hours ago, I punched myself in the face and recorded it so I could put it on TikTok and make a fucking epic video. I've been doing them recently. About 3 of them have been done so far. You can check them out if you want. But it was going really well. Got around 7,000 views, most views I've ever gotten. And then TikTok decided they would cuck me. Yeah, the video's taken down. And I want to fucking die. Thanks for listening to my TED Talk.
Imagine this being what you think is going to make you famous. Dude, I implore you to not do this anymore. This is fucking ridiculous. Just try and write some jokes or try and be funny, and then I guarantee you, over time, if you upload enough, people will start liking you. Obviously, you've got some talent. You're a funny dude. You're making jokes. Don't just punch yourself in the fucking head, dude. Work hard at it.
This is day 4 of me punching myself in the face very fucking hard.
Okay, turns out he didn't learn a fucking thing. I guarantee you're going to look back at this video and fucking hate yourself, mate.
This is day 5 of me punching myself in the face very freaking hard. Harder, Daddy.
So I'm worried about this kid. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Hello there.
Oh.
You'll be pleased to know, boys, that I've put myself up on a dating site.
Oh, naughty Nana! I will be your man.
I know I'm going to get a lot of replies, but there's plenty here for all. Just look at
Casual, I didn't know you wore glasses.
I'm in love. This woman, this beautiful wrinkled woman will be my wife.
I'm looking for a man. Any man. I must warn you.
Oh, God.
I have been mistaken for Angelina Jolie.
That is the real cause of erectile dysfunction.
Yes, baby. Littlefoot. What do you think of naughty Nana? Oh no! Imagine that was your grandmother and you're sitting at Christmas lunch and you're just swiping through TikTok and naughty Nana who you're sitting next to comes on and she's smashing through a bit of chicken and gravy and it's dripping down her chin and you're watching her going, oh. And you're looking at her going, oh.
I can't go up the 5 stairs without getting out of breath.
That went viral. TikTok, fuck you, to the moon. Just a hot tip before I continue. If you do decide to download TikTok, make sure if you see a chick that you know wearing a bikini or dancing around with the boobs out, make sure you do what I do. What I've done is put gaffer tape, a bit of duct tape over my screen so you can only see their head, and I go to their profile before I actually look at the TikTok itself, because every single girl who does this shit is 16 and you motherfucker who's about to download TikTok is going to go to jail. That's illegal shit right there, motherfucker. You throw your phone in the bin, alright? No TikTok. And girls who are 16 who are doing that, can you fucking not? Wait 2 more years, alright? Just stop fucking creeping. Stop creeping people out. Fucking gross.
These are $5 at the bottle shop.
Dude, where are you looking?
They're really good and I'm going to buy them again.
Also, I'm sorry mate, but where are your teeth looking? I think bogans are starting to take over TikTok. This is great. This dude's just talking about how he's going to go buy the same type of drink that he bought last time from old Dan Murphy's down the road. But here's the thing. I don't know if the world's ready for our bogans of this fine country to be on TikTok. For example, this video.
Fuck on, I'm full. I can't
What,
eat
you
anymore.
full?
Yeah.
Bloody hell, mate. You fucking done already, mate. What the fuck? What happened here?
Do you think people in the United States of America will ever be able to decipher what the fuck that dude just said? Let's break it down.
Fuck cunt, I'm full.
Fuck cunt, I'm full. Easy, simple, right?
I can't
What,
eat
you
anymore.
full?
Yeah.
Bloody hell, mate.
Bloody hell, mate.
Fucking done already, mate. Fuck. You know what happened here?
And then I fucking lose him, alright? I lose him at this point. If you can decipher what this guy just said, let me know in the comment section below and I'll be your friend forever. Ladies and
Can you,
gentlemen,
Terry?
just so...
No. That's a typical bogan.
The Melbourne Comedy Festival is
That was
coming
easy.
up. I will
That
be
way.
there. My tour
was
trailer
easy.
is destined to be released very soon. I can't wait for you to see it
Blah,
on
blah,
the
blah,
big
blah,
camera.
blah,
We were away for 4 days filming it. It's an epic
Please, you
trailer.
said, "I'm
Ladies
fucking
and gentlemen, be a good
done
motherfucker.
already."
Peace in the Middle East with Dick Sticks. I'll see you all very soon. Toodaloo, au revoir, bye.
I can decipher that easy, Terry.
Well, the only bit I could tell was mate. That was it. That's the only bit I could tell
Run
what
it back.
Xander was in.
I'll tell you what he says. I'll have to swear though.
You're basically saying that he's full. He's full as well.
Yeah, he
He's done.
said that.
Yeah.
No, the second bloke. Yeah, him. Well,
Yeah, that bloke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bloody hell, mate.
Bloody hell, mate.
Bloody hell.
Fucking done already, mate. Fuck. You know what happened
Fucking
here?
done already, mate.
And then I fucking
what happened to
lose
you?
him, alright? I lose him.
Yeah, that's what he said. Oh, I'm fucking done already, mate. I'm fucked.
You fucking done already, mate.
Done
Fuck.
already.
But that gives the Americans an idea what our bogans are like.
Aye.
Yeah. What? Trailer trash.
Yeah, they're much the same as what do we call them in the UK? Chavs. They're much the same things as our chavs, really.
Well, we also come to call them something else, but I'm not going to mention it on here.
Yeah, I know.
Oh dear. Well, on that note, I think we're finishing up for now. I don't know if we're
Cool.
finished with the moon for next episode, but I'll have a think about it. If we missed anything, we'll have a look.
You
And
need
I'll
to
do
replace
a,
that with
and
a
I might
song.
do a random stream. Probably what's today? It's my Wednesday evening. So in a couple of days' time, I might do a after show Friday evening. That'll be for England. That'll be early Friday morning, and for America, that'll be. Oh dear, I hate trying to work these time zones out. That'll be the day before. I forget it anyway. And
Well,
yous
it's on the
will
East Coast. If you do
work it out.
UG code, it'd be about.
You work it out. Okay then.
Well,
Thanks,
it's
guys.
Wednesday afternoon here at the moment.
Who we got on the panel left? Farmer, Sheepy,
Well-
Mad, they and them probably gone to sleep. Big Blue, and Casual, and Peter.
I have not.
Oh,
Oh, you woke up.
So everyone out in the peanut gallery or anyone on the panel, join us over on Discord for coffee and biscuits for afters, and we'll catch us in the next one.
Bye.
See you guys.
Bye
Not
everyone.
down by.
Bye bye.